Thornity Co says test. Thornity Co says chef, are we cooking as hard as yesterday?
Yay. Let's go, boys. Let's go. I got distracted. I was trying to look for that YouTube clip that Nullix would send always, so that Twitch streamer, like, I don't know if we can do it, but if we do it, we're going to expand the pillow fort. I was like, are we gonna have one of those types of days? We're gonna get in our steps today. I exported the watch. There's like a cheeky way to export the data from the watch. It's kind of like hidden in some menus, but you can do it. And they're like, sign up for our trial for blah 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 to get analysis of your data. And for lulz, I was just like, I bet you chat could do this if I just pipe in the data. I wonder if I can export the data. The answer is yes, you can export the data, and yes, chat does actually a pretty good analysis of like everything their trial would do. I opt into the trial, no credit card required, like 7 days, whatever, and I just basically compare. And I'm like, well, this is fucking useless. I'm like, I already pay for the Jippity, and Jippity's doing a great job of this, so. And that, my friend, is why the world is dramatically changing and why there's so much collapsing happening. You get all these little, like, sassy services that are just getting destroyed overnight. Just fucking destroyed. Like, yeah, I'm paying an expensive monthly SaaS service, but getting utility and other functionality out of it. It just happens to be able to conquer all these other small things. You'd be like, it's kind of useful. At least it gives me data. It does a summary. It's like, you know, $50 a year, whatever. All these things start just dying. I think Thomas last night, you know that guy, Tom Stewart, he messaged me. He's like, yo, I had Codex like spin up this review thing. You point to a game, gets all the positive and negative reviews, and just gives like a context summary of highlights of the game. He's like, oh, I'm just using it for like game research. I'm like, exactly. And that was a whole fucking service before that people would either pay or be wall gated. Like, nope, not anymore. Now something like that is like max a week to have a really polished thing with like goal setting with Codex and whatnot. And a week is very polished. Like TTS system takes us forever, not because the fundamental tech itself is hard. That was very easy. That was like 2 days we had like the underlying queue system. It's the user experience of onboarding that takes a ton of time right now. Of like, sure, everything's there and it's functional, but who the fuck is going to be able to use this tool? So, and reviews, I don't know necessarily if game reviews highlight out game feels, right? On the positive side, what you see is like, oh, it's usually across all the games. It's like, it was fun to play. It was good pricing. Oh, it was a steal on discount. I got so much time out of it. Like, they don't typically on the positive side ever talk about like what really made the game, aside from it was fun. But the negatives typically are spot on. Like the negatives really highlight how to kill a game. Like X boss is way too fucking long. Y spot is too boring. After 30 minutes of the game, you have all the content. And I've always said that on successful business stuff too. It's like pinpointing exactly what made a business successful is incredibly hard. Because it's not usually just like one thing. Buy Fable and test it for us. Thank you. No, Alex, that's all you, man. I don't need to. Actually, I just watched the other YouTube streamer guy who's trying to buy a house off of AI coding because he only uses Fable. And again, unless the models dramatically change, which I actually think they added more guards and dumbed it down since that whole US shit. Every time I watched the original release of Fable, it was like, I'm one-shotting everything. Oh my god, it's so great. And I'm just watching, I'm like, bro, I one-shot that in fucking Codex, like, from the get-go. I just stand by exactly what I said. Until Theo basically probably tells me I'm fucking an idiot for not using it, bro, all it does is close the gap of a software engineer and how they're going to be able to write the prompt and provide the context versus someone who's not. That's the only difference I've seen watching two content creators use it day in, day out. Want to review the document live? Lol. Even the space is changing this. So CoreOS, which I have to work on later tonight, is now, I'm running it so the extension in Chrome. What it will do is basically, if you send me a YouTube link or I open up a YouTube link, it tells me whether or not it's basically like fucking worth my time or not. So it pulls the transcription and says like it has to meet a min floor of not just being clickbait bullshit or like same stuff just re-fucking hashed with a different face on the video. Because like, of course I watch the content where there's a clickbait thumbnail and title, because sometimes it's not just clickbait. It's actually reality, but they know how the algo works and therefore they have to title it that way. Like, oh, I launched game with X strategy that never been done before. Oh, you're like, what fucking strategy? Of course your curiosity takes over. You think, oh, it must be something unique. And you watch the video and it's like the same fucking shit that everyone knows. I did read post. I got some fucking wish list. I went to Nextfest. Blah 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 blah. And then I launched my game, and content creators covered it. It's like, well, there's nothing special about that. The same fucking strategy that's in 10 trillion videos. Like, this is novice level. I don't want novice content. I'm also particularly getting pretty aggressive, I think, over this month about ripping out my phone. Okay, we've already got it down to the watch does fucking god tier. Okay, I actually think this watch is underrated tenfold. I think if I didn't have the opportunity currently with like game dev and everything else I'm doing, that I would, if I was just a neckbeard employee at a company and I'm like, I'm posting, I'm just working and I want a hobby project, I would just spend all my time building on top of the watch. Because it's got all the core functionality and they don't like Apple ecosystem lock you out. They make it a little difficult. Like I said, the exporting data was, you gotta go through like 3 fucking menus and then you gotta log into a portal and wait up to 30 minutes. Okay, whatever. It's not like async API driven. I could just get all the data or something. But I can write custom apps and music cloud. Oh yeah, it probably is. Sorry. There. Could still be quieter actually. Hold on. There. Because I wasn't sending it through the normal stuff. The send stream music. It's actually playing in this headset as well, that's why. Nice. Even that should be an OBS plugin. Like I should get a system tray notification when audio level goes more than mic level for X amount of window time where the mic level is like consistently going, and just prompt me that, hey, music might be too loud. I'm pretty sure the OBS WebSocket, I could pull out what is set as audio, what is set as mic, all the other channels too. So it would be non-configurable. You just open it and basically it would just auto-configure. Give you some sliders for tuning out shit that you want to say, and it's like done. Technically, I could have it take control, but you know, I'm sure a bunch of streamers wouldn't want it to like fuck with other stuff when it's, I don't know, it's got Discord and the desktop audio versus like their mic. So then it's like, oh, you actually want those people to be equal volume to you. Anyways, for your OS, rip out the phone, use the watch more. I didn't think of it, guys. What else is there? Okay. I think the only thing I'm missing is the push event stuff. I just need a side-loaded application. Okay, here's the last thing that's missing on watches at all. Because the watch is dumbed down and relies on the phone for some activity, that's the biggest issue. Like, the watch itself doesn't connect out to like a notification server. It piggybacks over Bluetooth onto the phone, and the phone app does this. That's the fucking missing part. If there's like a company that makes this watch, like a company of that size that can make this watch at this price, basically a giant Chinese manufacturer, and the watch itself has Wi-Fi, where it's able to sync out to a push notification server that you could control, or they control, or both. Just the fucking setting menu. Then I'm done with the phone. The phone fucking dies aside from people calling me for emergencies. But that means like, it basically the full cycle. It becomes like landline. I would just print a 3D printed stand in my house with the fucking phone in there, charged, and it would just sit there like a landline in case someone needed to emergency call me with max volume in the house. And when that phone rings, it could push a notification to tell this watch either there's an incoming call that you might be missing. Technically, it could do that with Bluetooth right now, but you have to be in Bluetooth range. Again, the missing piece to this, overtaking some of this, is just the fucking connectivity. Just the connectivity that this needs to be able to be to have like notifications pushed down directly to it. Once you get there, you're done. You're done. Hello, hello. I mean, you're done for people like me. Because other people are going to still be stuck on doom scroll shit. Only for stuff like the web stuff I can do all on my desktop. It's just the convenience of the phone. It's actually just mindless entertainment garbage we fill our fucking day with. That's what the phone is. When you really get down to it, you'll tell yourself it's for connectivity and social bonding and being able to reach other people and maps and all this shit. But if I could give you this on this, and you're like directions to Starbucks, and that just had the map, that's it. That's all you fucking need. Right? Calendar notification, same thing. It just shows up here and you can see your calendar. Alarm, same thing. Clock, same thing. Once you get voice and you have something smart enough like ChatGPT subscription, where you're like, hey, what is the day when blah, blah, blah happened? And you get audio back to your headset. That's what you're spending. That's what the convenience of the phone is lookup. But when that goes bye-bye, because you have intelligence because you send it up to a service, and that service does all the heavy lifting and just you download. This already plays memos, and this already records. So it already has the audio and voice. And I paid like less than $100 for this watch. It goes 7 days on the battery. It's got a beautiful display. It's pretty rough. Like, I've been pretty rough with it, to be honest. What watch is it? Okay, let's move the camera up because it's driving me bonkers. What's it called? I think it's like Amazfit Bip 6. Like almost like amazing, but you didn't put the ING. Amazfit Bip BIP 6 smartwatch. On Amazon right now, it's 115 CAD. On Prime, it was less than that. I'm sure if you wait out for a discount, it's way less than that. So, but ask yourself, really ask yourself, because this is what I've been trying to get Splashly to understand for like the last like 2-3 years. I've been seeing this happening and coming. What the f do you need the phone for? Like, I'm not perfect. I catch myself doom scrolling. The difference is I don't want to doom scroll and I want to get rid of it. Okay? I still want the convenience of getting information and knowledge and things that are interesting. I don't want to do the searching anymore because the searching is where you get caught. The exploration is where you get caught in shit that you're just like, oh, it's just a little cat video. 6 hours later. And it's you just waste time on rants on Twitch. Great, exactly. Like I try and ask her, like I try and convince her to do like a day without her phone for 5 years now, and she just can't. She literally just can't.
Darth Blechman says, greetings, sir.
And that's when you know there's a problem. And that's the difference is like, the difference is I've done like no phone, whatever. I did 10 10 days, no real phone. I had a dumb phone. I literally could only call out because I was in a log cabin and there was legitimate concern that like, yo, if I get injured out here, there's no one. There's fucking me and bears, man. But anyways, the cabin had no internet. And I just went there for 10 days. I run the black and white filter, I run the sleep mode filter, but even then, it's like all the notifications, all that shit. It's like if it's truly important, you should have systems in place, not a bank on a notification on your phone that you don't accidentally click clear all or swipe away. Like, wake the fuck up, guys. Wake up. Semi-pro, hey. Realize it's just an enslavement device. That's all it's doing. Do you have any advice on staying productive week in, week out? I'm not productive. The treadmill thing is new. So normally we're not walking. This is, well, I had the treadmill. I wasn't using it. Then we have to shape our environment to use it. Why don't I use the treadmill? Because when standing up on the other side of the room, I always tell myself I'll go get it, move it. I never do. So you know what's easier? It's underneath the fucking desk from the get-go, which meant moving my desk off the wall to have the space. So now, the level of friction to getting the treadmill started is I literally take my hand and go, and I move it the tiniest bit to move it forward from underneath the deck and the desk. And when I'm done, it's lift and push, and that's it. See, okay, this is very controversial because it talks about genders and it makes broad stereotypical stuff. But my belief is that women are disproportionately affected by social media than men. I think we're both affected. I think biologically, they're more wired for social interaction. And I think the current like TikTok and Instagram craze of knowing what everyone else is doing and what they're up to and like matching the Joneses is particularly susceptible to women more than men. I'm not saying that men aren't susceptible. I'm saying stereotypically, if I just go and say, overall, what is the stat? And I don't have the stats, so this is just all doing bullshit here on my part. The only data point I know of that I can point to is I can point to something like Pinterest and say, hey, bubbles do exist, where you can make a service that's like 95% women, 5% men. Because when I watch how people use it, it's very different. It's so different, it's actually unbelievable. And this is something I've spotted. Like, I think the current meta of social networks particularly is susceptible to women. I don't think like my wife is a representation of all women. That's not the only person I've seen, the woman who uses the phone. I'm saying her behavior matches this to the point that like I think she legitimately has like a physical dependency on that phone. And I don't think it's just a her thing. I this is across many people. I just think the most addicting forms of the phone are ones that are related to social media content and keeping up with what we'll call the Joneses. And it makes you feel shit about your life versus others or why you don't have it. And you have no direct one-on-one time with anyone either. It's just consumption. It's not like this where you guys are interacting at all. Yeah, you're consuming, but you also have the choice of interaction. Because Shorts, that's all it is. It's just pure, the most fundamentally dopamine-inducing content you possibly can. It's like why the Tinder dating apps blew up. It's like the same thing. Quick hits, always slot machine swipes. You don't know what you're gonna get. And every X amount you find one that's maybe stellar. You spend all this fucking time. The same thing on the shorts. But you don't actually interact. At least with the dating apps, there's a goal of interaction if you can. Interest media. Yeah, there's no social aspect. And you'll justify in many means. I only watch small creators, only sub to small creators. Support them. That's not how the algo works though. The algo's gonna surface you other shit that's just more addicting because a small creator is less likely to make the addicting content. It's actually kind of funny because this is one of the reasons why I think Twitch is somewhat dying, is they haven't figured this out. Is they try to go too far in the equality player playing thing for all streamers instead of doubling down with like, yo, you should have just went for the larger content creators honestly are probably producing better content than the smaller ones and just drive out the smaller ones to stream. And only those who are purely actually that great as a small content creator, that you typically have a personality and that's what drives the streaming and interaction, will surface up. Everything else should just... And the way they could have did this earlier on was just any barrier of entry. Like, yeah, they want to grow, they want the viewers, so they made it low friction, right? Who are they to set a barrier of streaming? Because you'll just pack up and go somewhere else. Then they had become the streaming place. And that's where they should have clamped down and had barrier of entries. That's what YouTube did, right? Anyone could upload. Then YouTube all of a sudden's like, oh, monetization starts at X. Then it became the place. And over time, they've increased some of the requirements to get the monetization even. Not 1,000 hours anymore. It's 4,000 plus or 4,000 plus the subs. So it's like 1,000 subs plus 4,000 hours watched now. Because once you've won, it's about pushing out low-level content that possibly could waste your time. It's not even worth having the AI spend the time on finding out if it's worth it with this low-level stuff. We know this. Well, we know this. A good example I can give you is the Steam Next Fest and one of the issues with it. If you go to the largest Next Fest, I actually think you have a disservice now. Because if you're guaranteed a baseline on like how they switched their algo in the last year and a half, what you do is you dilute out. And yeah, by day 3, okay, they're going to double down and send more traffic, but still doesn't change the fact for 3 days you lost a significant amount of traffic because there's a guaranteed baseline. The more games that enter, the more you dilute out those first 3 days across everyone. Unless you improve your algo that you need less and less impressions and you reduce the guarantee because it's able to identify earlier, the more that enter, the more you are on like having anything valuable out of the game. Again, it just becomes the same thing, which is those who are great are just going to double, and those who aren't, like, whatever, splendid is maybe the word I should use, significantly, statistically, the top, whatever, 10% of games. And the Next Best isn't about finding any more of those things. It's about just rising those who are already risen. And for me, there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually the way that Valve has to go. Or should go, not have to. Should go, in my opinion. Which is they have the monopoly, they have the thing. Why would you waste any of your consumer time on shit that's not gonna work? It's a waste of an impression. It's a waste of chance of them buying it. It's a waste of the time of them playing a demo. only reason why you do it right now is because the algorithm has to determine a baseline of what is good and not good, and if this thing meets that threshold or not. There's great incentive to finding ways of doing the same thing you're doing today with less data, less impressions. It lets you spend those impressions elsewhere. That's why I think 3 days is way too long. The fact that YouTube Shorts, they're able to do it in like hours. It's the same thing. It's like, well, why can't you determine the game is not good enough in 24 hours? You hit all the time zones of all regions in 24 hours. In 24 hours, we're talking about 40 million plus people. Maybe you should make bigger effort to get people to go to Steam Next Fest then if you're not getting a super subset of that. And in the first 24 hours, you should have already eliminated whoever is not good enough. And what it would do is, if you were in that category of doing well, you would have picked up 2 extra days of visibility on your game then. Or a day and a half if you want to be very particular on it. But for some of these games, we're talking about 1,000 to 8,000 wish lists extra. All right, where are we on steps? Come on. Fuck. I don't remember. There's a button here that resets it, and there's a button that toggles through the metrics. Okay, there we go. Okay. Move down. All right, let's get our coffee, our water, our energy for the day. What if Thorny doesn't get in that visibility round? Well, then I'm fucked. Like, I didn't make a good enough game. Who cares? It's not about me. I mean, I'll read the rest of your comment. Do we get the opposite rant? No, I'm not saying it because I'm biased and I think this would just benefit me. I'm saying it because I think it should benefit those who have a game that's already good enough. Like, there's things I've said on stream that I'm like, I am leveraging, is probably the word, current meta stuff because I have the ability to do that. And then on the exact same sentence I said, I don't think that should be the case. I think Steam should shut it down, but I'm not naive and stupid to not go do it and just be like this high moral ethic person being like, well, I think Steam shouldn't work this way, so therefore I'm just going to like break my own kneecaps and handicap myself and not do it that way. I think the only way that a game should go well is just naturally a good game should surface to the top. So I'm not going to do any of this Reddit post marketing or talking to my community about my game or asking my community to play the game. Fuck that. No, that's delusion. That's what that is. I think I might say something in the moment where I'm salty that it does impact me, but I think, I mean, I'm biased, obviously, in my self-opinion. I think I could find a way to have Reason talk to me. I have examples of interacting with Andy in our conversations where, like, I'll dig in my heels. Like, a lot of negotiation about a black hole and all that, and Aramis Thornico. There was a spot I dug in my heels about, like, it's this way or we're not doing it at all. And he had a different way. And that night, I literally sat down and I was like, this is such a fucking dumb way. I'm going to prove that is wrong. I'm going to write how dumb it is and why it would never work. And then when I wrote out some of like the thought of this idea, I realized actually this is a fucking really good way. Why are we not doing it? And then the next day we had a call. I'm like, yeah, let's do it that way. That sounds good to me. And by not even been actual writing, it might have been verbalizing it, like thought out loud. But I took the stance of like let's talk about his idea, all the pros and cons. But it was from a non, like, it had malice intentions behind it of being like, oh, it's a dumb fucking idea. Therefore, we should write out the pros and cons of it to use as ammunition to why we should not do it. Obviously, going through that process, I realized, oh, actually, this is a really good way of doing it, and we should do it this way. Like, the changes to Popular Up and Coming, if I'm fully transparent with you guys, I think that was to shut down some of the Reddit advertisement of games that were basically paying to show up on that page, and it was net positive ROI almost any way you sliced it. And there was no, like, me and Andy had talked about literally doing that because the math just math. There was almost zero reason to not do it. And only because they changed this did we go, oh, fuck, we're not doing that. Like, why? Now the math is like, man, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Like, kind of depends on how well your Reddit ad is, how it pans out. But before it was like, oh, look, it cost me X for wish list. It cost me, whatever, $3,000 to close the gap and hit Popular Up and Coming. On Popular Up and Coming, I'm going to pull in 4,000 to 7,000 organic from Steam. That will convert at XYZ. How much did I pay for the wish list? How much did it convert? Oh, look. Math be mathing. It's basically always something we should do. That's not the case anymore. Because now the math be like, yo, we're talking about on the lowest end, 10 grand, 10,000 wish list now. But on the realistic case to get on that chart is 50,000. So instead of it being 7, now we're talking about, well, your costs are 7 times the amount. Now, if the Popular Up and Coming tab all of a sudden gets a disproportionate amount of traffic compared to what it did before, maybe the math be mathing, but the data right now is like, yo, actually, maybe not. All right, boys. Let's see if the dude is awake. See, this is something I use my phone for that I could use the computer for, but I'm scared. One, to either dox myself or show something that I don't want to show. So, if computer prices weren't so fucking crazy expensive right now, quite honestly, guys, I'd have a second computer. I'd have a second computer that would just be like non-stream entirely computer. Did I use that tab myself? Yes. I use that tab myself all the time. Because I, as a consumer at least, was always looking for the hidden gem, the next Factorio. And I felt like Steam didn't do a good job of that, so I was always looking at, oh, what's surfacing? What's surfacing? Is there anything that in my own circle, and I don't really, prior to game dev, well, actually, prior to game dev, never followed any content creators related to games. Not game dev, I mean, literally game reviewers. So unless it popped the off and the algo figured out, like, oh, this game might be good to show you, I would just have no insights to that. And I don't have like a huge friend base in terms of gamers. So unless we're talking about like Factorio size game where it like reshapes and defines like memes and culture, then I went to the charts because I didn't have another way to find that kind of stuff in my day to day. On that note, let's go look. I did update the title, guys. I think it's a very small change. I think it's like $200 change. So we got $767,515.55 left to go. I think year end, what I will do is I'll also update that like in December 31st on factoring in any, for better or worse, if the like average S&P returns over my portfolio, or sequence return risk, as in like all of a sudden we're just in a really bad fucking decline and it's like, wow, there's a chance that like the average is going to take 10 fucking years to recover, then we would update that to be a negative case for me, which would mean the goal would go up. But I'll do it the other way also, to be fair too, is if we just have record fucking highs where all of a sudden I don't need to average out as high on the S&P 500 because just this year is stellar, and I could diversify down my portfolio onto like 90-10 off of equities over to more like bonds, then obviously I would pull the number down. Is that goal in the bank beyond lifestyle or just revenue overall? That goal is before tax money that has to come to me. And what that number does is not, that number is not retirement itself, or whatever we want to define as retirement. That number is the gap of me to the GG lifestyle that would maintain like the basics for me and Slashley, Felix, and Claire indefinitely. Indefinitely, the short version of the math is S&P 500 average returns adjusted for inflation with safe withdrawal rate of 4%. Knowing that some years it won't be 4%, where you'd have to pull down to like 3% to recoup, or even lower, but on average you're getting 4%. And it does not mean spend the 4%, it means you could draw 4%. So you might actually draw 4%, spend 3%, maintain a 1% buffer for the years that you don't want your lifestyle to drop because the market's just so bad that you're not going to continue to draw out the 4%. Yeah, so that number is about 14 years. That number's got to cover 14 years before all the other accounts just hit a spot where they just self-maintain themselves indefinitely for housing maintenance, car replacement, food, gifts, all that shit. let's see what this looks like. I like the gray squares. Maybe I get rid of them. There. Yeah, I can't believe this is not clickable banner. And it's just this. I feel like this was always clickable before. Oh, sorry. I mean, you guys can watch yourself, but thank you for telling me. It's when I reboot the computer, and if I don't set the primary, the monitors will swap. Sometimes I'm smart enough to remember to do it before stream. And then there you go. There we go. Hey. Thank you. Imagine if I just, no one said anything. You guys could just said nothing and just let me talk to myself on OBS and you guys watch yourself. Oh my goodness. See, like I come here, maybe this is biased now because I'm in game dev. But I do come here and look. I mean, yeah, I am biased because I do want to see like what's in the market. But equally, even as a consumer, I'm like, is there anything I'm missing? I played the demo of this and I didn't actually like it. What a steal this is. At like $3, $3.89 CAD. What's that USD? $2.99 USD for this game. Oh my god, what a fucking steal. What a fucking steal, boys, this is. If you don't have Shell Diver, I can recommend this game. I mean, it's not gonna be like replayable game in tons of time, but like for $3 and you're gonna get like 3 hours of at least fun out of it. I mean, $1 an hour, it's like, fuck. And because all you guys know me and you support me, clearly you already have Black Hole, so you'll even save more money. This account won't actually get the bundle because it's dev issued key, so it won't mark it as this. It's even cheaper. It's like $250 USD then for Shell Divers, which is just silly. Rocket Rats was also, and I think that's also by them. This was a fun game too. Yeah. It's a little dumb, but it is fun. I think the creator of this, if I remember, they're in Brazil, and they started up one of those fucking card shops in real life, whatever they're called, trading card game center, whatever it is. What browser extension? What do you mean? You mean this one? Quick Insights? I wrote that. Well, Codex wrote it for me. This one's just SteamDB. And all this was because on stream, I got tired of being like, fuck, you guys don't know what Canadian dollars are. What's the US dollar amount? And then like, what's the approximate copies sold? And I'd always just be like, SteamDB to get the chart of like the discount and USD price, and Gamalytics to get the copies sold. And I was just like, you know what, I'm doing this enough. Why don't I just have Codex literally write the extension and mark dev enabled mode on Chrome, where I just load the code in and skip the whole store? Because I don't need to ship it on the store. I'm not shipping it to anyone else. It's just for me. Sometimes the gross revenue is fucked. I don't know why. I think they actually block that. Like, they detect me as a bot versus copy sold is like on an API endpoint that I'm able to use. And it just also makes this easier. I don't have to go and type it and then like scroll all the way down. It brings me right to the chart. So if I'm looking like, oh, when the game launched, were they part of festivals? Did they already do the daily deal? How did that daily deal work? Like, it's small things like that. If you do it consistently enough, like I was doing it before, guys, every day on stream, we would be going through Pauper Up and Coming doing this. And it's like, okay, but wait, I'm spending probably like going through 10 to 15 games, spending at least a minute doing Gamalytics and SteamDB. It's 15 minutes a day, right? You're like, okay, if I'm doing it like 30 days, it's like what, 4 and 15 minutes, divide that up by 60. Like what, 5, 7 hours? Like, fuck, that's a lot of time. Like, I could probably, with an hour and a half in Codex, get just a SteamDB extension where I don't even need to go to the fucking pages anymore. It didn't even take an hour and a half. Maybe an hour and a half to figure out everything. Like, I'd never done a Chrome extension. I never enabled developer mode. There's an edge case where it's like, there's a special area to refresh your developer extension. These released in the last month. See, I actually think this is more valuable than the Pauper Up and Coming or like New and Trending, to be quite honest. Which is such a dramatic change. Because the New and Trending would be referenced in this for the majority of players. But then if it's even more niche, where it identifies players that are likely to convert on your games, it's even worth more. Like, this is a game I had high hopes for, but then it went from EA to full release, and the full game reviews are mixed. And for me, I just don't buy mixed games. I just don't buy mixed games. Unless it's like a mixed game where it's false mix. Like, false mix would be a game that has like 50,000 reviews, but they're mixed now because the company decided to do a balanced patch and community is uprising, or they took a stance on some political thing, and it's like, review bomb them, those mother. Like, if you got 50,000 reviews in your mix, it's like, you're still probably a great game. Alright, turn off the alarm. Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Very visual, very puzzle-esque. This game is very shocking. Damn. For how good this looks. And like, this is why, oh my god, it's so hard to do these puzzle games. Look at how good this looks.
Dear Edith, a part of me hopes you'll never find this. Why? Oh, so big.
Can't you look at it? It just makes me feel sick for people to go into this. This just gives me Thronefall so much. It's unbelievable. Every time I hover over this, I just am like, wait, am I looking at Thronefall? I just expect Jonas Tyroller voice because the Thronefall one was his voice. Alright, how far are you? Oh, August 21st. Okay. This game literally about shit. Oh wait. Oh, wait. They moved their date. Scratch the ticket. Okay, so this is a 3D scritchy scratch is what this is. I think someone had said to me that this is like a game of Feeding a Black Hole, but they just tried to make the tree not be so linear. It literally is what they did. It's like someone saw this and sent it to me and was like, yo, I think they just review scanned you and was like, oh, why don't we just do the exact same thing? And just the number one complaint is it's too linear and just let branching. I mean, kudos to them for trying, right? Oh, it's a terrible sound though. Oh, and the fish don't even animate or swim or move or anything. Oh, that's a cool effect. The boat just looks like MS Paint drawn. So does this. I mean, this is the thing. It's like it's probably the first game, and they were smart enough to realize, why don't I just get a quick W of probably basing on another game, solving what the negative review said and see if it works. Yeah, exactly. Like, we all have to start somewhere. Oh, Moon Garden, eh? I had such high hopes for this. Oh wait, that's Loot Frog. This person was here, right? They came to our stream and didn't I do the Codex color thing for that? No, that was a different game. No, that was a different game. Feed the AI. AI. Where's Weird Kid? Actually, I haven't seen Weird Kid here in a while. Which probably means they're panicked trying to like finish their fucking game. Because it's actually been a long time since I think they've said something in chat. What's this called? Slot and Dungeon? Also, where's Forgotten? Forgotten needs to be here every day and tell me where they are in their game. Ooh. You're lurking? Bro, where are you in the game? You need to finish your game so I can go do your game, but in my vision. What in the fuck is this, like, jippy clicky sound? God damn it. Oh, come on, you add some juice, but like the coins look like garbage and like they don't have any glimmer to like glow or telling you should pick them up. Like they just have this static glow. Yeah, they just look like they're just pasted on the image. Oh, you have other things that are just so good here that's just missing. It's like someone did the reverse. They did 80% of the work that only yields out 20% of the result, and not the 20% that yields out 80% of the result. Like they have all the pieces in there, but they got to the end, they're like, yeah, that's good enough, ship it. It's like, no, my dude, you're right at the spot where you could take something that's all right to like stellar. Like this screenshot works when I hate the coins. The coins, they just feel out of place. But this looks like a good screenshot. Yeah, the coins just feel weird. They don't feel cohesive to anything else. This is basic, but works. And it works in the trailer, clicking it and things like this. I think it's this. Wide. These icons should be centered in. They're over the border. It looks like they have a bug or they didn't know what they did or there's like last minute just fuck it. Or some of these are the proper size and some of these aren't the proper size. And these could have been like icons. Like this could have been cleaner. This could have been so much cleaner, but like it's got the right idea. Ah. I have no idea what this is. This is probably the worst screenshot they have. Okay, so modules, yeah. This is kind of funny and cute. I think this is funny. Like the act of like having to use a numpad or actually enter in paying. Oh god, this is just like the worst. I thought they already had the worst screenshot. No, this is the worst screenshot. I don't even know what oh my god, this looks so cool. Oh fuck. No. It's a game that's almost there. Fuck. I hate finding games like this. And also their capsule's stupidly bad. I hate finding games like this because it's like you got almost there. You got the right kind of components. You got the right kind of juice in spots. You just fucking half-assed it at the end. I'm waiting for David Kelly to be like, now you know how I feel about Just Keep Fishing. That's exactly what he's good to say. We can't forget the DK. Donkey Kong. David Kelly. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. Ooh. July 30th.
Apparently, 5% of dudes think they could take a
Guys, how much money do you think they're going to fucking bank on this game? I think it's just gonna be silly. Like, I think it's $1 million plus first month for sure. Like, unless they come out and they outrageously price their game where people like are pissed, or they do something like Gavin where they don't add any more content from the demo. It's like the exact same thing as the demo, and they throw in a bunch of like DLC and pushy shit. But yeah, this is just going to print so much. I would do $9.99 as the base on this game. Like, if you had set up content creators that guaranteed coverage, I was gonna say I would do maybe $12.95 or $11.95 and go even further. But if you don't, then yeah, I would have a sub $10 as base. If I had people lined up or was paying for that, then yes, I would have the discount after be under 10, but the base be higher. And I think they could get away with even higher. I just would not want to have gambled it. This is a game. This game is a game where I think it's like studio done game. Like, this game will be the game that pays for them to indefinitely continue to do whatever fucking games they want in their studio. Like, they already have Crashlands 1 and 2, which probably printed money as well. These all printed good money, but they're not like GG Studios Complete for fucking ever. Like, what's this? This is number 2 or first? So 3 million gross, we'll say. $2 million gross. So what is 3 plus 2, 5. Six, but you have to realize, I think they said they've been in business for like fucking 12 or 14 years, right? I mean, they only start these games back when, though? Oh, 2016. 10 years, though. Nine or 10 people. So yeah, like, they got bills to fucking pay. So it's like, yeah, the games are doing well, but they also got a fucking whole studio that's of significant size to pay. But yeah, how many dudes I think is a game that's like, they're done. They will maintain that studio. Like, think about it. If the game clears 8 million, okay, on gross in their first year, we'll say, okay, Steam, VAT, refund, chargebacks, right? Their studio's left with 4.7 mil. They're in the US, so they're going to pay. We won't even pick the best states. They'll pay 25%, assuming they don't draw any money. Okay, so but that's deductible. So everyone takes $100K salary home, period, across the board average. They don't take huge ass salaries. They leave it. They invest in a company. So you leave $1 million fucking dollars. Okay, plus overhead of employees. So we'll say 20% on the overhead of like insurance, benefits, HR shit, severance, all that fucking other stuff. Here, let's say even 25%. Okay. Corp is 3.5 mil. We'll say 500,000 they draw as owners, divide 3 ways, or pay out as partial bonuses of like, we did good, guys. Okay. Corp is still left with 3 mil. Okay. 25% of that's going IRS and state, depending on what state they are and everything. We'll pick the not ideal scenarios. Okay. 2.2 mil. Right? One of the founders is a CPA. So, on 4%, never touching the principal, they're making 90,000 a year off just interest on the money. Okay. If they draw down, they actually don't have that much money. It's actually kind of crazy. It lasts them 2 years. Yeah, but they're going to still make sales, right? On the tail. And all their existing games are still making sales. It's not as much as you think it would be. This is a problem with running a large studio like that. It's like 3 people. This would be like kind of done. With 10 people, you're kind of like, oh, we're back on the rat race, guys. Back in the fucking wheel. So yeah, all of them draw good salaries and a nice bonus, but they're all stuck in like rat wheel fucking momentum. It's just the number of people. That's the problem. That's always the problem with this stuff. It's like, can you make how many dudes game with not having 8 to fucking 10 people? And it's more like 3 to 5. Yeah, but Runesign also comes with all the other stuff, which is like you work for a tiny studio, like transparency, flexibility, remote. Like, I would take a lower paying job than market if I worked for a company where I could literally log into an account and see how much money's left in the bank. And that's average. Like, they might have like an HR bookkeeper person that's making like 55K a year. And that might even just, like, you could say, well, no one makes that. Well, what happens if they don't have a full-time person? It's just part-time person, right? Or some of those people are contractors, where it's, oh, they just come on for the project and they leave knowing it. That's why it's like 100K flat across everyone, 25% overhead for the employees, every employee you have. It's kind of shocking when you look at this numbers, eh? It just goes, again, back to the original thing of like, I think 3 to 5 is the secret number. It's small enough that you get all the flexibility of like not needing to have all the overhead. It's like still, as Amazon would say, pizza-sized team. You're basically not even operating as quote unquote like a company. You're just operating as an individual team then. And also your overhead is going to be more than half of whatever theirs is. So if it was half of this, you would end up 3.6 years plus all your employees would either make double the amount of salary or you'd be able to pay them 2 years instead of 1 year. Because we calculate out the cost for 10 employees initially. And the owners would take, well, you could leave the base amount of their bonus is still the same, or the employees themselves. If you had that 500K that went out to the owners and employees as bonus, it would be more bonus for each employee because you have less people to pay. That's why I think like the newer model for companies is so much smaller. And then the worst part is, not even the worst part. We watched this and we know how anti-AI they are. So my question is, like, could they actually be operating with 10 people as if they were like a 15-employee studio? If they were even 12, if they had a 10-person studio and you said AI workflow is going to increase productivity or output with the same quality as 20%, just 20%, then it's the equivalent of them having 2 more people. And it doesn't mean go fire 2 people, right? It just means they could be operating as if they were a studio of 12, but maintain their operational costs as a studio of 10. Now you could say, Corey, they're going to have AI costs. Okay, so one whole person's AI costs, one whole person is free on just productivity gain. They're still gaining. They're still gaining. But I think the reality is actually way bigger than that, and they just don't want to talk about it because it goes against their identity and their ego. We talked about this. If you're on that team and you're like one of these 3 dudes, and your thing is like you're the fucking code expert guy, you're the optimizer of the project. You come in and you're like, I can optimize this to run on fucking a Pentium 2, boys. And then Codex is like, yeah, sure, I'll do that with a goal and like near perfect in like 10 hours. Like, well, what's the fucking value of that person then? I know there's value, but they've tied up their value to doing that particular thing well. Damn, I can't believe how... This is just something to keep in mind with Aramis and Thornyco too, on like operational costs of overhead of people. Like Andy's talked about like having a hit to be able to have cash to go work with people, but like I really don't want to. Like, I just think it's overhyped. Even like there was a person that we could have worked with who had like a stellar resume for something in one of our games. Just stellar. Like they worked on stuff that everyone here would know. And they're incredibly expensive. And I don't know if that actually quantifies to what they do. I'm always skeptical of this because working on something is not the same as doing it yourself. Like, if you worked at a studio and you're like, oh, I have credits on X thing. It's like, yeah, but did you do the entire thing through and through from start to finish? And you are the only credit on there? Because if you're not literally the only fucking credit on there, then how do I know that you are the person from start to finish that did it? And you weren't just on the team that collaborated and did it. There's a very big difference. I actually just don't think I've seen... I just haven't seen the person that's like worth doing it. Like on a full, like a major contract, full, like onboard them and they're going to be part of the product full time or like huge amounts of money or something. Like there is a spot I know we have a weakness in our network, which is like a juicer or 3D artist person. Basically like a Mr. Elliptic. Like if I could find a Mr. Elliptic who I could just get on contract after the game is basically mechanically done and just be like, your job is just to juicify the shit out of fucking everything. And I can look at stuff that they've already juiced before, then yeah, I think this is a spot where I'd be like, yeah, okay, it depends on how much it's going to cost us. But in a lot of the other scenarios, it's just like, Like I don't know. Let's talk about music as an example. Like music, it's like we got a composer who was fantastic for Black Hole, but equally on one hand, I like after the fact when the game did well, we did a remix. I actually think we could have probably just spent the time and found music that had similar vibes and did as well. Like I don't think the game is selling any better with the remix music that we outright own the rights to than the original music. And it's like, well then does it matter that much? Now could we have a banger soundtrack that helps enhance the game sales? Like I'm trying to think of a game that I played recently that I was like, damn, the music's so good. But yeah, but then it's like, I don't know if you can pay for that. I think there's a lot of people who say that they can produce that type of music because they've been on credits in studios, but they haven't end-to-end did it. And that's, we come back to the conversation yesterday, which is, if you're so fucking good, why the fuck aren't you doing it yourself? Like, we're talking about music here as an example. Like, if you're so great at the music, how do you not have like a banger SoundCloud and Spotify and like YouTube channel that people are just going just purely to listen and buy your work? And if the answer is I do, then my follow-up is like, why do you want to work with us? Like, I'm always hesitant about that. Like, because people like Andy. People like Andy, people like I think like to think people like me, but to be that level of like, oh, I just have this stellar win track record of win WWW after WW after WW, and look how big I am. It's what we said about Schwartz yesterday. I would love to find somebody to do Schwartz for our games and even find a rev share deal if that was possible, if they could drive wishlist and sales. No problem. They should reap the benefit. The issue is, I'm just going to probably get a bunch of applicants who are just not good at doing this, who just see money and they aren't going to do really anything. And it's just going to eat up a shit ton of our time and trying to provide feedback. It's almost like fucking most interns where you're just time sunk and it's a loss. Because those who would be good enough to say yes, it's like you're not going to, because you probably are running your own channel, making shorts yourself, or you're working with literally the best content creators who are going to pay you through the fucking nose because they've got sponsorship deals where that short video is getting like $2,000. You can't win? Well, kinda. Like, that's some of that's how I think. It's just like, call me pessimistic and skeptical, right? Like, sometimes you'll find people who's just like, yo, I'm done. I did it. I just kind of want to have fun still, without the pressures of like having to make like a banger. I could understand that. It's like their version of a game jam. Sometimes I miss the feeling of being like the big fish in a small pond. I mean, guys, I put it out there. Like, all of you are wanting this dream thing, and some of you are in countries where like cost of living's not insane. And I'm sitting here going, hey, yo, if you can make shorts and you can make quality shorts, like we should talk and figure out rev share deals because yeah, you should have upside. Nobody's come and put out a proposal. No one spent the time saying like, yeah, let's do that, boys. Instead, you guys want to work on your poo-poo dream game. That's probably not going to do stellar. Wait, wasn't this mixed? Did I dream this? I felt like this. No, maybe it's just the price, and I just keep telling myself I'll wait for it to be cheaper. Because Andy did play this. I know it's an auto valor, and I'm like, meh. And then I thought the reason that I didn't buy it was like a low score. Maybe it was they got the recent reviews. And May, June. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. 30 days. And then now I see this, which is 82 versus before I saw 77, and that was like, eh. They bordered on mixed, I think. Well, kudos to them. I guess they made some significant changes. They clawbacks and flips on the reviews. Which is probably just they nerfed the game, to be quite honest. So I can get into Summer Game Show crazy. But Forgotten, that's where you're gonna be if you don't fuck it up. You get no pressure. You get to live the life of this game. This is the game I was playing off stream that I had access to since March. I still have access to it, but I can't play it on stream until the guy releases the demo. Blargus, who made Blood Thief. And I tell him all the time, I'm like, bro, you have $1 million game, and it's only yours to fuck up. There's like, Thordy, I know, stop saying that, you're making me nervous. I'm like, it's true. You have $1 million game, and it is yours to fuck up. The funny thing is, we met at GDC, and I met him in real life, and I can actually like hear him and his personality when I say this, and it's hilarious. Just like the self-doubt and the like, oh man, I know, but like, are you sure? Like, do you really think so? Like, oh my god, I don't want to fuck this up. Like, I think Blargus's low-key secret power watching his YouTube video was he's very historian. He researches a lot for his games. Like on backstories and like how things functioned in that era of time and things like that. Like it's a very immersive game because he spends a lot of time on small things that you wouldn't fully understand, and you just think, oh, you added this because of X. Like the chip scoring thing is based off of some, what was it? Is it a card shuffle mechanic? Like the first card shuffler? No, or something like this. Some invention way back in fucking old time. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, dear God, I just thought he just made it look that way because it just looked cool. cool. I didn't do any coaching deal with him. I want to publish his game. Early on, I offered, but I kind of talked. I think we both talked ourselves out of it because I was like, I don't want to just do marketing. Like, I want to co-develop the game with you. This was even before Aramis and Thorny Co. I think was even set up. And I think he wanted to maintain 100% of like the creative vision and not have anything that wouldn't be aligned to what he wanted to do. And he just wants someone for marketing at most. I'm like, well, then we're probably not a good fit. So you should just find someone else. Even though I do this, I still believe this game will I don't know. I believe this game will print fucking money like no tomorrow. But I had run the numbers of opportunity cost, right? Like, okay, let's say the game makes $1 million. Let's say I just do marketing, quote unquote, just marketing, and I take 10% rev share, right? Okay. So 70,000, well, less than that, $1 million becomes 700K, becomes less because of like VAT refunds and all that. Right? That's $1 million. So if it does that, I make 60K. But then I have to spend, I'm at the mercy of that person. At the best case, I make this if it makes $1 million. But I'm at the mercy of this other person to make the game be good enough that it's actually quote unquote marketable. Right? And then I was like, but wait, I could be spending this time and this energy of going back and forth and trying to convince and like iterating QA and get the game into place well with this person for 60,000. I could just go spend the game with like Aramis and make a game where the upside is way more than that. If you said Andy and I make 50-50 on a game, to make that, I just need a game that's probably like this. A little bit more. 155, 165K. Yeah. If I make a game that grows 165K and we're 50-50, then I walk away with more money, actually. More than just working with Blargus on a 10%. Assuming that game grosses $1 million. And that was the opportunity cost analysis where I'm like, bro, look, if you just want marketing, I don't feel like there's a good spot between us working together. He's like, yeah, I think I just want marketing. Like, you should just go find a contract company that you pay an upsum fee that's going to do all the shit you don't want to do and not give rev share. Because like, you did all right with Blood Thief, right? You can go look up Blood Thief. It's like, you have the capital. Don't give up the rev share. Just give up the capital. Paid service is going to cost you what? $20,000, $30,000. So it's going to handle everything you want. And then you're done. There. No rev share. Cheaper than 10% on $1 million grossing game. Game's bad, you're out the straight money. Game good, you pick up all the upside. What could be the number to do what he asked from you? Which way? Like paid? Like if he had to just pay money for what I would do to a service, what would he pay? Probably could find a reputable company that would do it for like $20,000 to $40,000. It's gonna be hard though, because a lot of the ones that are really good, they're not gonna do flat rates like that. I only know of one that does a flat rate. Everybody else takes rev share. Because everyone wants to have the upside. And because if you're in marketing, it's actually kind of fucked to take a flat rate. Because you're like, wait, if I do my job well, the better I do my job, the more you make then. What the fuck? So you have to be careful because any flat rate's like, oh, we should do the minimum so that what we earn is the most for the least amount of time. Because there's no upside to doing a great job aside from testimonial and reference. But with like M&D, you and Andy split your rev share, but haven't you done more stuff on M&D, or am I missing something? We don't split any of the rev share. So all the games we sign are with the co-developer and Aramis and Thornity Co. So rev share agreement is between that co-developer and Aramis and Thornity Co. So like Stockhouse Studio and Aramis and Thornity Co. On whatever the rev share is. And the money that's earned, that revenue goes into Aramis and Thornity Co. Then it's however the fuck it wants to be paid out. So either Andy and I could be salaried, not salaried. We could pay it as dividend, which would go by the equity in which we have in the company. If it was paid out by dividend, it's paid out proportional to the equity of the shareholders. But there's nothing stopping us from hiring us and having different salaries too. Like, it has to be a reasonable. There's a reasonable. So there are some like accountant IRS shit where you can't pay yourself an unreasonable amount of salary to get around paying a dividend. But for what we're doing and for what we could draw out of the company currently, like with what I think we'd make this year, it would, like, the CPA will give it a thumbs up of what we would pay ourselves if we paid, like, for me, because I'm not a US citizen, I'd be hired as like a contractor, like a service provider. Andy being a US citizen, he possibly could be hired as an employee, and then we'd have payroll for that and overhead to hiring him as an employee. You will intentionally do a worse job if you don't get a big enough rev share. No, that's not what I said. I said if you went to buy or pay a marketing company that did fixed amount, I said their incentive structure is to do the least amount of work so they make the most amount of money. Because if they have no rev share or any upside, the only upside they have of doing a stellar job is testimonial. You don't try and charge back / refund, and like reference. But a marketing company that has a rev share, the reason why they're incentivized to do the best job is anything that they do is upside to them potentially. And that's why I said it's very, very hard to outsource the marketing portion of your game on like a fixed cost basis, because that company has someone incentive structure to do the least amount to contractually meet their obligations and pick up the money and move on to the next project. Yeah, paying out of Airbus and Thorny Co. will be interesting when it has money and whatever the CPA folks say. My understanding is a bunch of different mechanisms. Like, well, it depends on if it's me or Andy, but like there's employee, there's getting employer record where we would pay through employer record, or like me because I'm not in the US. And there's a monthly cost that there is compensation for sitting on the board. That also can be a form of payment. But that's pretty controlled, and the IRS is pretty outlined on like what would be quote unquote fair compensation for experience to sit on the board. Also, I don't even know if we can because we're actually significant equity holders to take compensation with a board seat. There's service provider, where you're basically like contract/consultant. And obviously, I'm not just saying we would do that. I think there's rules that come with all this. That's all CPA's fucking problem, not mine. I go get, well, it's not even me. It's actually Andy. Andy gets the advice, and we implement whatever the professionals say. All right. What's this look like? Dead game. Wait, I have to update the graph. Doc's cooking on a post that we got approved to make on a significant subreddit. So I'm curious how that will go. One of the mods on a 1 million+ subreddit told us that we're approved to make the post. So once we make the post, I'll let you know, and we'll see how that goes. We need to find an hour-long video so I can play and do work off on the other monitor like I did yesterday, where we were just cooking, boys. Where I was cooking. I'm cooking. No, only Forgotten's cooking. Maybe Nelix is cooking. Dear God, my feed is so fucked now that I have the music playlist. Like, oh, here's a good one.
Okay, what's a friend knows welcome.
Oh, Doom Story. Okay, I'm down with Doom Story. Alright, let me pause this. Yo, what's good, my men? We're cooking. We're about to cook. We're about to watch this video. I'm gonna cook off stream. I got some stuff to cook up. And then we'll pull it back. Did you watch Chris's new video? Oh, guys, what video? You gotta tell me what video. Which Chris video? Because now look, now I gotta go here. You gotta go Chrissy, YouTube, how to market a game. You know, I gotta go see. Who knows? I don't know. Did we watch? Did we not? What? Which one? This one? There's no new video. This was 2 weeks ago. I watched the first 5 minutes. It was like nothing's new, and I closed it.
Camelot Unchained time, right? I'm a little bit late to this topic, but I think considering the game's been in development for over 13 years, being late to the topic is really in theme with talking about Camelot Unchained in general. And if you've not followed this game, it's an MMO. It was one of the MMOs that raised funds on
Is that loud enough for you guys, or should it be louder?
Kickstarter at a time when pretty much everybody that wanted to make an MMO that had some kind of name around them or just an idea that sounded promising were going to Kickstarter as this new area where people didn't know as of yet that it was unrealistic to fund an MMORPG, a game with the scale of an MMO and the pitfalls that come with making something like that. Camelot Unchained were there. They had Mark Jacobs, this name that was responsible for, or at least in part responsible for, Dark Age of Camelot, later on, the Warhammer MMO. And people were like, oh, trustworthy guy, we've played his games, he's the man, right? And he's saying he's going to make a spiritual successor to Dark Age of Camelot. It's going to be called Camelot Unchained, and this is a man we can give our money to, and reasonably, in a couple of years, we'll be playing a new iteration of what we loved, right? What ended up happening instead was people gave him money, and he decided to go make a game engine to then build out this like dream version of this old school MMO. And I'm not saying that that's like a ridiculous notion, because I'm not a game developer, but what I am saying is that I believe this building an engine was outside the scope of what people probably thought was going to be the case. Maybe it was even mentioned in the Kickstarter pitch, but I don't think even if it was, people really had the idea that something like this could take as long as it has done and then deliver on what we currently have. So over the years, there's been a bunch of drama with this game. There's been a bunch of drama with Mark Jacobs, and the community has come to an all-time low sentiment, and that was before the game released. And then they started doing like a push for marketing in the last year or so, where it was quite clear they were gearing up to launch the game. And then the game launched on Steam, right? And it's hard to even
Mostly negative. Holy fuck.
really consider this a game launch, because realistically it's not that much different to the closed non-disclosure agreement test that they were running for like a decade. You can play the game, you can show the game, you can talk about the game, but you can only do it on weekends, right? This game just inexplicably, despite being a game sold on Steam for like $12 or $13 US or whatever, you can only play on weekends. And the reason that they gave for this was laughable, right? In a way, but also laughable if it wasn't this way, because they were essentially saying, oh, we want the game to only be playable on weekends so that we can have like the majority of the player base log in and have like a group of people guaranteed to be on the weekend that, we're all in this shorter period of time, so the testing will be better. So when you then look at the player numbers that's of the most recent weekend and how it's even dwindled from release, this is pathetic, frankly. And obviously it does go to show, I guess they did make the right decision, because if this was playable week round, but within a couple of weeks, this game would have probably been down to like 10 people online on an average weeknight or whatever. The fact that they've gone from 500 or something on release day to 89 on the same, their peaks have been on Fridays usually for the past few weeks. And it's losing like 20, 30, 40% player base every time. And it's down to like a fifth of the player base from when it originally launched. I'm going to keep air quotes in a lot of terms in this video because you just kind of have to. And there's a lot of like, who cares involved in this, because everybody knows Camelot Unchained was probably going to be a mess. But I was going into this with the best will possible that perhaps in the space of time that they've sort of not really talked about or shown the game a ton from years and years ago, like the assumption that from people that didn't have access to the game and wasn't under the non-disclosure agreement was that best will in the world, they just had like the test server people were playing on, and that was like missing a bunch of updates. And then once they did the early access launch, they were just going to push out this like big wave of stuff that they'd been working on and didn't show anyone for years. And the game could be ready, right? At least more ready than what it has been. And that was delusional cope. It was just trying to give them the goodwill, because obviously the game is launched and Lazy Peon wasted his time going and playing this thing, and I'm not going to do that. I know I said I'd play it, but then when I saw what it was and the reception that it's had, it's a waste of time. You can be like, oh, how can you review something, which I'm not doing. I'm not reviewing the game. I'm reviewing, I guess, the situation around the game. How can you review a game if you're not going to play it? But you don't need to play this game to have like the only reasonable opinions that you're going to come to having seen it, right? I'm not against the idea of like old school MMOs existing or coming out now, because there is absolutely an audience for that. But one of the things you have to look at whenever you're developing or making or putting anything into the public for consumption, could be a YouTube video, a book, a movie, a TV show, a game, whatever it's going to be, you are competing with everything that came before you in every medium that people could spend time on, as well as everything that comes after you and that is currently being played or watched or consumed or whatever it's going to be. And when you have something like Camelot Unchained in its current state, you can just look at this thing and be like, who is this for? Who's it competing against? Who's going to play this? And when you're talking about an MMO, what you've got to pay attention to is that any MMO that comes out right now, tomorrow, next week, whatever it's going to
What the fuck am I looking at? Look, this is like a game jam fucking game.
be, is going to have less content than any other MMO that released years ago, decades ago, the ones that are still being played, just by virtue of how time works, right? If you've made something, you're not going to have as much stuff in it as World of Warcraft that released fucking 20 odd years ago, right?
This kind of does look like World of Warcraft from when I played World of Warcraft, which was, 20 years ago.
Or the original Dark Age of Camelot, whatever it's going to be. You're also not going to have that nostalgia factor. So what you have to have is something new, something exciting, something that builds upon what was previously available, or does something differently enough that gives people a reason to play. So when your proposition, your value add is, we're just going to be Dark Age of Camelot, but slightly updated, but we're 13 years after the funding was raised, and we're decades after the original game was made, but we're less polished, have less players, have probably worse monetization when we eventually get to it, have a bunch of like a sword of Damocles hanging over your head of like, do they have enough money to continue this? Are they ever going to get to the stage where the game's even comparable to the original version that's decades old? When you look at all these things, there is simply zero reason to give this game a chance, to give this game the opportunity. And when you have like a situation like that, the game cannot exist, right? Because if it's not currently worth money and worth supporting 13 years after people gave it money to be developed in the first place, and we know that they're running out of money, it's not a charity. You're not just going to go and give them stuff and hope that it gets to the point eventually after all of this time, which is when they did have the opportunity to do so. So it's kind of like, it's a doomed proposition. And I guess one thing I will touch upon before we start looking at like the reception on social media, because there's some hilariously delusional takes on this game from the fans, I guess. When you look at like how they've released, I would use this as somebody who's like very hyper focused on like timelines and when a game, the stuff that they say and the stuff that happens. This game releasing now in this state is the clearest indicator to me that you could ever make without physically saying it to me, that they have very little money, and that this is very likely to be the Hail Mary, that this game was going to come out, make some money, and or maybe convince an investor, we were wrong, actually, there is absolutely a reason to give you more money, and to basically fund this to the point where maybe they could get it somewhere else, to get it to another point where they could make money from the audience or other investors or whatever it's going to be. Releasing in this state after this amount of time just shows to me that they're out of money, and that the next news that we get about this thing is probably going to be the nails in the coffin, if you don't already consider it to be so, but an actual finality to the project. Now, they did release a trailer recently that was addressing some of the hilarious oversights in the current version of the game, which is they released this trailer, and the first thing that they tell you in this video for this update is just kind of goes to show how much of a bad space this game is in, how much of a bad spot it's in. More NPCs to kill. And when you watch people play this game, they're literally running around an almost barren landscape with no direction whatsoever. And when they find enemies to kill, it's like one person can be in the camp of enemies and in the noob areas or whatever. And you can't play the game, that you can't, the other person's killing them. There's no more spawns for you.
This is just
so you
depressing.
can't do anything. So if after 13 years your release version of the game, you have to update it to add more NPCs to kill, it's just like, it's not as if this game's got so many players in the world that they're just all occupying the spawns and that's what's making it unplayable. With the amount of enemies that were in the game when this launched, you would have thought that they were launching the game expecting there to be like 5 players online. But they launched and originally there was 500, and then obviously it's like now 80, 90 players online on the peaks of the days that you can play the game. There's still not enough enemies. So like, who was testing this? Like, how many people did you have testing this to the point where you launched the game where there simply wasn't NPCs to kill? Crazy concept, but there we go. But obviously, once you start watching this video about the update, the footage that they're showing you is just like, it's kind of the damning indictment of what the game currently is. Like, the game doesn't look that bad, but the way that they're showing you the game makes the game look terrible, to the point where if you showed this to somebody and said, oh, you're interested in old school MMOs, would you be interested in playing this? You've got like laggy, poor animations, low frame rate on a trailer for the game. This is like best case scenario where the dev's showing you this, and it's a laggy mess with like 7 people online, and the world just looks devoid of like charm or things to do. It just makes the game.
Okay, we got it. This was a waste of our time. Game failed. They didn't deliver what they promised. They kind of scammed the audience, and their expectations were not met, and they made a custom engine. Cool story, bro. You need to shorten your YouTube videos.
Let's talk about video game budgets. I think there is a lot of misinformation out there about why games cost so much to make and how we got to this point. If you look on YouTube, you'll see a lot of big, splashy headlines with the YouTube face attached to them about how Concord cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make, and now after I put out that Destiny video, Destiny 3 $500 million to make. And so I want to put some of these numbers in perspective because they sound really big, right? Like, oh my god, games are now costing 300, 400, 500 million dollars to make, and they are really big. But where does that come from, and what is it actually going to? I think I think people need to understand that in order to be able to talk about games in a more, let's call it a more informed way. So let's start from the beginning. Games budgets, where do they go? I think a lot of people maybe think of film budgets or other just kind of expenses across the world, different projects that they've worked on, where a lot of that budget is going towards expensive equipment or location fees or real estate or other just kind of big expenses that you need in order to make things. With games, it's a little bit different. Games do not really require a lot of expensive equipment. I mean, you need computers and hardware, but like in the grand scheme of things, that's not that much money.
Bro, do you look at the hardware cost right now? Yeah, come back and talk to me now.
There is real estate costs, and office space is certainly a factor, but the biggest
Only if you
expense
have
in game
office.
development is people. The reason for
God
that
damn,
is
those
that
people are
a
expensive.
game, you need to pay salaries of people. Unlike
Whoa.
say,
Big brain idea. We just don't pay people. We just pay people on rev share. Game does well, you get paid. Game does not do well, you don't get paid.
Film productions, just as a point of comparison, you generally can't on a game just cycle people in and out for very short periods as you need them. A lot of people need to be working on the game from the beginning to the end. Granted, you can have some people come in and game projects certainly will shift up and down in their staffing depending on what state of the project they're in and what else they need. But for the most part, you need to have a lot of people working on a game for a long time in order to make that work. So here is a rule of thumb for how to calculate budgets. It's funny, when I was reporting on my first book, Blood, Sweat, and Pixels, back in 2015, 2016 or so, I got a very helpful number, which is 10,000. That was the estimate at the time for the monthly burn rate of your average employee. Now, this is I should preface this by saying we're talking about estimates here. We're going to do a little bit of napkin math and try to figure out how we're getting into those hundreds of millions of dollars ranges. But this is all estimates, and that's generally what budgets are built upon, is estimates. So let's say the burn rate for people was $10,000 per month per person back then. That was generally the estimate. So what does that mean? So that adds up to $120,000 a year. That is a combination of salary, of benefits and overhead, and of other various kind of miscellaneous costs, including you can kind of fold in maybe some office costs in there, some computer costs in there, miscellaneous. So that's the bucket, right? The number has gone up since there, but let's do a little bit of napkin math to try to figure out what that means. Look, I got a fancy calculator here. Let's reset that. Okay, so we have our 10,000. So 10,000 per month. Now, let's say, how many people do we want on this project? Let's say we're working on a project, it's 2015, so fewer people than you need today, but let's say we're working on a project that takes, 100 people, right? So we're going to multiply that by 100 people. So that is our number for the amount that we're spending per month. So about $1 million per month if on our 100 people. And now let's try to figure out, so how many months are we actually going to take on this project? Let's say it's a 3-year project, which again used to be the kind of the standard par for the course. So we're going to multiply that by 36, and then we get our final budget number, 36 million. So just to repeat, that's $10,000 per person per month, multiplied by 100 people. So that's about $1 million per month, multiplied over the course of 36 months. So that is 36 million. Pretty simple math, right? So that's a project that takes 36 million. Again, we are talking about napkin math here. In reality, these budgets are going to look a lot more complicated. People are going to cycle in and out of the project. You might need to bring in some outsourcing at the end to help out with things. You might need to bring in, playtesters and kind of other various things. You're going to have to pay cert fees. There's a lot of other complicated factors, but napkin math, that is what we can go with. So cut to today. That number has gone up since then. And I think at a lot of the most expensive cities, we're talking more $15,000, $20,000 burn rate per person per month. So let's try to figure out what a game would cost by today's standards in one of these expensive cities, right? So let's go on the lower end. Let's go with 15,000 per month. A lot more people it takes. I mean, look at a place like Bungie. Bungie has, I believe, around 800 employees. I'm not 100% sure what that number is at now, but some of these games are taking hundreds of people to work on. So let's say that we're working on a big AAA game. Let's say it's 400 people. That's pretty typical for like full-time staff for a big AAA production these days. So we're going to go with 400. So that is our monthly burn rate. That is 6 million. Man, the text is really small on my calculator. That is 6 million per month. We're talking about 6 million per month. So now I think 3 years is the low end of the spectrum these days. So let's say that this is more like 5 years, right? So we're going to go with 60 months. And now we are at a much bigger number. Now we are at $360 million. And now you can see how we are getting into the 300 million plus territory just by multiplying some of those numbers by a little bit. $360 million for a video game. So again, that is a burn rate. And this is kind of the low end of the burn rate, $15,000 per month for a team of 400 people across 5 years. That is $360 million. And if you look around the industry, like you've seen, it's very public. Some companies come out with a game and then don't come out with another game for 5-6 years. So these numbers are not just made up here. This is real. These are real timelines. You can also, some of them are public about their staffing numbers. Some of them have been very transparent about that. Otherwise, you can kind of look on LinkedIn and get a sense for how many people are at a company. Some of these companies have thousands of people, so we might be going into numbers way higher than this.
Yeah, but 1,000 is usually just on a single game. It's on other games. It's also on spread out bets over time too. That's another thing that people forget. Like you're doing R&D for the next GTA 6, the next League of Legends, the next whatever.
So this is just, again, so
Also, some of it's the fact that we're skipping over the fact that you're taking a loss for those years to carry forward to cover out when you do have a gain too. Like there is some benefits to that. So you could, anyways, we won't even get into it, but let's just watch it. It's so surface level, ignoring all the problems with bloated product and payout to investors. Yeah, there's many issues like, why are games taking that many people, right? Like, okay, why is cost rising? Why did some of these? Why is there not a major studio, AAA studio that's not fully remote, right? Like, okay, if you want to talk about employee cost, well, one of the overheads that's a huge cost is your office. Then, secondly, if you want to talk about, these people live in metropolitan areas or major cities that have a cost increase that are larger than the rest of the US or Canada or wherever, like, well, that's your own doing. There's nothing to say that you couldn't have paid your employees, the same wage they used to make, but now you basically are like, we don't have an office. You want to move? You can move. And we'll go pick a place that's 30% lower cost of living. Like, I just don't. I know there is advantage. There are, in my opinion, advantages to working in person. But I think some of those advantages are bloated by company DNA that used to work in office. I think if you're remote first, or remote, actually I should say not remote first, remote only company, which doesn't mean you don't have like a PO box or you guys haven't got together in co-working space or something, but the company has always been remote. I think you are able to operate and close the gap of any of the other advantages you would get. I think the biggest studies that we see and why they say in office sometimes performs better. And like there's counter arguments that, employees are more productive if they're remote. Yes, I don't believe it because I think there's a bias to the surveys who would ask if you're productive more remote or not. I also think that people are more productive remotely, but then don't spend as much time on projects that they should be. So it's like you're paid for whatever 40 hours, but now you realize, I'm going to structure my day to just not take any meetings with anyone so I can get done the work I need and just decline out and no one can bug me at all. And then I'm just going to check out for the rest of the time and just be available in Slack for emergencies only. Which it means as a solo contributor, you do very well. As the overall company, though, you actually are hindering. Anyways, that's a whole different topic.
Some napkin math. Let's just for fun, let's go on the higher end of things. So let's say you are in, I don't know, Seattle or Los Angeles or San Francisco, and let's say your burn rate is way higher. Let's say it's closer to
this whole spot, like, comes back to what I said in a whole other video, is like, you don't need that. Especially the larger you are. The larger you are, the more power you have in dictating this stuff. There's not much that stops Ubisoft or EA or any of these large AAA studios from simply picking a country and a city that is not a Los Angeles and just saying, we're making an office, we're moving 500 employees there, whoever the fuck whoever wants to move there. You keep your same salary, but your cost of living is going to decrease, and that's it. You have the ability. The reason why this doesn't work is mostly out of laziness on execs. Is exec on some level knows to have that shit work, it means they have to pack up and fucking move themselves. Yeah, or the work remote stuff though is not going to work unless you have like remote not as a second tier citizen. That's the issue with remote. Is all the studies I read say productivity goes up on remote. Yes, but they never specify overall. Okay, like sorry, they stay so high level that they don't go into details. It's like you can have a more productive company on the short term on an individual basis, and on the long term, collective of the company be hampered. And what they'll do is, in these studies, say is, oh yeah, but revenue's up. Yeah, because a lot of your individual contributors are more productive in just their work, which in the short term is going to rise the overall goal of the company. I think companies that are remote, that were not always remote from day one, should get employees back in the office. They organizationally do not know how to function truly as a remote company. I think long term it does hurt those types of companies. And the only companies I think that should operate as remote are companies that remove any hybrid or any in fucking office or from day one were created remote. Like, and I know the studies that get referenced by those who are getting called back to office say, but remote work says we're more productive and better work-life balance and blah, blah, blah. This is just evil corporation. And I fully disagree. Having worked at a company that went hybrid, that was in office and then went remote, yes, we were up on all of our numbers and people felt were more productive. But I could see in the short term we were achieving more goals on an individual basis. But it was coming at the cost mostly of individual contributors just cutting out any sort of collaboration. They were just like, well, I'm just not going to be as available for any meetings. I'm just not going to be available as much for the company. I'm just not going to be as available for team anything. Because I just have my work and my structure and I don't have to see or deal with it. And fuck it. Fuck it. And they can't bug me. I'll just ignore them. I'll ignore my Slack messages unless it's an emergency until the end of the day when I'll respond whenever the fuck I want. Which is fine if you're a remote first company because everybody's operating under an async premise of that. But when you have other teams that don't operate that way and are kind of expecting an answer, or in office they go and tap your shoulder, it slows down the momentum that they have. Yeah, hybrid creates this tribal mentality in my experience at a few org in office versus remote. Yeah, it also creates like a not hierarchy, like a tier system of citizens, kind of. Like you're at a disadvantage if you're not going in the office versus those who are remote. Like on the hybrid, it's almost like you should be remote, yes, but then you need to go in the office to get FaceTime. And because you need to do that, because if you didn't need to do that, no one would ever go in the office. Why would anyone ever fucking go in the office? And all the people who got like are looking for like work done and visibility, like they would only have a means of doing it remote then, because why would they be doing any of that in office? Like, anyways, it's super fucked. Anyways, my original point on the in office thing was like, what I don't understand what he's saying is these larger companies, why the fuck did they not position themselves to just go find our city, go find a lower cost of living area, and simply set up the office and just move people? Like if you're a 10,000 employee company, it's not that complicated to go set up a 500 person office. And saying that from a guy who worked at a company that did an office in another country of like 200, 300, 400 employees when I left from nothing, and seeing all the work that went into that, yes, but it was totally worth it. And quite honestly, it was a lot of work, mostly from like internal politics bullshit. That was the biggest work. But if you're exec who can just do it, it's not that crazy. It's like you need commercial space, good internet. But there's no talent there. Cool. Go to all your current offices who are in like New York and Los Angeles. You're like, we will pay you the same amount if you fucking move. We won't pay for you to move. It's up to you. You're not forced to move. But the cost of living here is X and you make Y. Fucking people immediately are going to sign up. Like, people are immediately going to sign up. But here's the thing. Not everyone needs to go. You're not asking employees to go. Or like, sorry, you're asking, but you're not making it where it's like you're fucked if you don't move. We're shutting down this office. You're not kind of forcefully. You're just optionally asking. Now, what you'll have is the people in the high cost of living area say, how is that fair? Because you're basically giving them a raise. Because we're making the same amount of money, but they're going to a lower cost living area. And I'm like, and you're choosing to live in the high cost of living area. It's like you choose to buy the $10 million whatever or the $1 million house versus this person bought a $500K house. And it's not like you're excluding. It's like, cool, you like the idea? Pack up and fucking go. If not, you're the one deciding to pay the premium to stay in the location. Attention, moving office of Romania, join or get fucked. And obviously you would keep it within the country that you're already established in. Because you don't want the hassle of like visa, citizenship, the complexity of sponsoring, all that, right? I'm not saying it's like you make it impossible for people to opt in, where you're like, hey, you are in the US now, you're going to Romania. Only people who have like a special way of getting a visa or already citizens are the only people who are able to do this. But I'm saying like companies large enough already have. So why didn't it happen? Quite honestly, what I was trying to get at is mostly because execs are fucking lazy. They're very good at their jobs in terms of delegation and pushing stuff down. But something like this, you can't push down because you need a signing authority. So at a company I used to work at, they wanted to make Mexico a thing. Hire in Mexico. No true exec owned it. It's what I call through dilution of all. We're all owners of it, which means no one's an owner, by the way. I fucking hate that. And it never happened because no one was truly an owner of it. It was all like, yeah, we'll try. What happened was one of the execs was a citizen of where was that? Of Serbia. And they said, I'm fucking starting an office in Serbia. It wasn't about anyone else. It wasn't, oh, we're all owners. They're like, I'm starting an office in Serbia. CEO's like, okay. They're like, I'm going to be signing authority of this office. I need a P&L to operate that office. And it's going to operate as like an independent office that's owned by this company. It's going to be a child of the parent company, yada, yada, all that. Like that parent, the company's still going to own it and everything, but they need signing authority because it's a fucking office. They're entering contractually, like contractual obligations. They have a financial duty in that country to report things correctly, right? So that all happened. The office in less than a year went from like 0 to like fucking 200 people almost. No problem. Why? Because there was one true responsible person. But you can only do something like that with signing authority, which means as exec, the only way it's going to happen is the exec themselves do it. Because you can't delegate down signing authority. Like, you're going to be an officer of the company with powers that are limited to whatever your scope is that your company gives you. In this case, it's, hey, your powers are limited to everything related to the Serbia company, and you can bind the Serbia company to whatever the fuck within these constraints. And there's a whole approval process, right? But you can't delegate that down. You can't then turn to Corey and say, Corey, go sign a lease. You can say, Corey, go find places that we could lease. But this is why it never happened. This is, anyways.
Let's high end. Let's say 20,000 a month, right? So that's $240,000 a year per employee.
Oh, sorry. And the one other thing was to make that work also means the exec needs to be willing to pack up and move themselves. Usually. Same thing with M&A, mergers and acquisition. I don't have the data, but my gut and watching this and going through these at other companies, the number one indicator of success of an M&A, sole owner, someone that's purely responsible for it won or lost. And the second part, did they pack up and move a minimum of 3 months there, nonstop? Can't be travel there and back. 3 months living there, like wherever the M&A is.
Employee. If you're in San Francisco and you're competing with Anthropic and Meta and Google for engineer salaries, $240,000 a year might be lowballing it. Like those people might be.
You're never competing for those people. This is also a misnomer. Normer. Those people are gonna go there regardless. You're not competing ever on salary if you're fucking against the fangs. If not, every company's salaries would have to be $500K plus. But there's still startups in the Bay Area who aren't that. Like, there's still game studios like EA who are in that area not offering that kind of comp. Also, 99% of the people who are working at these companies aren't going to meet the skill bar to be at those companies. So you're not competing. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just being honest. Those companies have a bar risen way higher than most other companies because of the comp, because of the competition, because who applies.
Might be making more than that. And if you go and you look on job listings for some of these companies, you can actually see some salary bands that are upwards and into these numbers. And by the way, I think a lot of people
also, he said salary bands. They're not salary bands. They're total comp packages for a lot of this. Yes, the salaries are way higher, but people always look at it. They confuse the total comp to salary. Like, sure, they're going to get a really good salary. Yes, not saying no to that. I'm saying like, oh my god, they're at Facebook making $1 million fucking dollars. It's like, well, they're actually making 300,000 salary, which yes is a crazy amount, but the rest is equity / bonus equity / bonus only if they hit their targets for the other 600 some thousand. So, yeah. Not saying that 300K salary is not fucking stellar or whatever it is, 350, 400K salary, and it will go up with the levels, of course. I'm not saying the salary is not ridiculous. I'm saying people mix up the total comp to the salary.
people out there might hear some of these numbers and think like, holy crap, these game developers, they're
Sorry, because if they're making $1 million salary, their total comp is probably on the range about 10 million plus.
for the 1%. But it's worth putting in context here that in these cities, that is a lot closer to an average salary, like a salary you need in order to live a comfortable life and, I don't know, buy a decent sized house and have kids. That is not like if you're making $240,000 a year or even $400,000 a year in a city.
This is what I'm pausing so much, but because I have a lot to say and I'm a little bit procrastinating on the work that I should be doing. Actually, and someone did ask something about Fable. I think I missed it. It was like, Thorny, do you have Fable doing it in the background? Oh, I did. I do have Codex doing something, but I think it's done. Now we're just chatting. Something for like Aramis and Thorny Co. to always talk about is I think Andy and I, regardless of the size of the company and how much we make, we should have a philosophy around like we don't hire talent who are going to live in like tier 1 cities. Like we just don't. we should offer the flexibility of like we're a remote company, so we should pay compensation that is like good for a tier 1 city, but like assuming we had all this money and everything, like, and that was an issue. But tell people you should never live in these cities. We'll never keep up to living in New York salaries. We're never going to pay competitive to like New York salary, whatever for this role. What we'll pay is all right salary to New York salary, but just tell you just don't live in the tier 1 cities. Go live like in fucking Minnesota or Saint Remy in Quebec or, you know, Pembroke in Ontario, where that's also a really fucking stellar salary. You're like probably 30 to 60% over whatever people are making in that city outside of like the top 5% of that city. Like when I worked at Blue Cat, as example, as director of engineering, my total comp with everything all in was about 300,000 CAD. Right. It's a private company, so the stock is not publicly tradable and things like that. But if you go look at the city I live in, I'm in the 0.1%. There's 15 other people in the city I live in that at the time made more money than me. That's it. Out of 12,000 people, that was it.
City like San Francisco, you are not rich by any means. You are maybe upper middle class. But anyway, okay, so let's take our $20,000 burn rate. Let's do that by,
I think I said 12, but actually it was more than that. Because it wasn't just salary. There's different categories. It was under 100, but it depends on which way you slice the data. If it was salary earnings or not salary earnings and that. But anyways, one of the categories was 12 people. The other was like under 100. I think the under 100 was like you include all forms of income versus just salary. Because like if you own a company in where I live and you don't draw a salary or $1 salary, but then you draw all your earnings through a dividend and you pull in like $2 million dividend through your corporation because you're like a fucking ultra farmer or you run a manufacturing business in town or construction or whatever, then obviously from salary perspective, I beat you. From total comp perspective or total earnings is what I should say in this scenario, they clearly beat me. But yeah, like, but if I move to Montreal, I'm fucking nobody, man. If I move to Toronto, I'm even less of a nobody in terms of like where I fall in that graph.
let's say, let's keep one of these variables the same.
Do you hire a contract? No. We only do co-development rev share right now. And I kind of like that. You know, Andy's talked about if the games do well and we have cash, maybe we contract people for certain things. There's people he wants to work with. But I think personally, less is more. Like I really am hesitant with working with other people. I really have my pessimistic. I think it's because it's not just it's not just what they can do and what we pay them and where that could be better spent or what that's versus. It's also the time it takes from us. It's like, okay, there's a relationship to build with that person. How do they work? What are the expectations? Can we depend on them? And like with our tight deadlines, I'm not even kidding you. Like someone just slipping even like 3 weeks on a deadline could be the difference of shipping a game or not shipping a game. Right? So like Domino did all the work on just a credit basis, and there was no risk to that. It was like we were going to ship the game regardless with this right. That was just enhancement, right? But if it had been like, oh, we don't have the sprites, pay Domino, we've never worked with him before, and now we take on all this risk that we miss like Next Fest or the demo date or the content creators or any of this, it's just not fucking worth it. I think that's what I'm coming to realize is like there's someone Andy had mentioned working with if we had the money on like music side, And I'm thinking I'm coming around to the mentality of like, I don't want to work with that person. Not because I think they're a bad person, but I don't, they haven't, my understanding, I'd have to ask and we'd have to confirm, but my understanding is they have not done things on their own. Like maybe they've done small contracts, but they work a day job. And there's nothing wrong with working with a day job, but I think the people that I personally at least want to work with are people who aren't working a day job and are working on like their own entrepreneurial things. Like it's fine if you work a day job and then you're doing your own entrepreneurial thing because that pays your bills. Okay, cool. It's because it's the mentality and the ownership that changes. If you're a corporate job, you're just freelancing, a deadline's a deadline. Like you're like, well, whatever. Like I still got paid for my job. But if you're like true entrepreneur, it's like do or die. You don't fulfill the client work, you don't fucking eat or make rent. Right? And it just changes the mindset of the type of people you work with. Like you got limited runway. Like both the code devs that we work with, it's like most of this is like, no, I don't want to say do or die. It's definitely for sure. It's like he needs the money. Thomas obviously he's talked on his videos about he does contract work and things like that. But like he's in the mentality of wanting to make this like a key part of his life. And he's done entrepreneurial things like the YouTube channel, shipping other games, porting other games. Like clearly he's got the hunger of striving to do his thing. But there's some people who's like, it's just contract work and it's like, it's supplementary money to their day income. That's why they do it. And I just think, obviously I'm stereotyping and there's people who are going to be the exception and not the rule and blah, 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 and all this. But I just think the mentality is so different for those people. Like, yeah, like Donald has a full-time job and 2-3 games in development and worked on M&D on free schedule. But it's also like the risk tolerance there for us. It was like we already had something in place. So it was like, let's just see how it goes. Like if this guy wants to do it, that guy wants to do it. Like, okay, whatever. Versus, you know, something like working with someone from the get-go on a project where we're depending on them for delivery. It's really, really a big risk ask. So I like to mitigate those sorts of risks, which probably means I would have a really hard time, even if we had money in the bank, hiring someone else to do something, unless we had significant time. Like, let's say music as an example. Like, they do the music from day one. And we know, like, the music, like, the game won't be done development-wise, really, until, like, for 2 months. Okay, so they got 30 days to do the music. And we got a buffer to allow time for them to spill over if something happened or whatever. But if we were already a month in and they literally had 30 days to deliver, like it was a do or die scenario, I would just never work with that. Like I just wouldn't. Like, I mean, Andy's the final say, but if he asked me and if he was like, okay, we won't do it if you're not on board, I'd be like, I'm not fucking on board. I don't want to be in that scenario. It adds a tremendous amount of pressure and risk to the project that could just be avoided altogether. And this is what I think a lot of how do I say this? It's a different mindset of going from like a sole proprietor mindset to more like corporate mindset. Is in the sole proprietor, you're more willing to take on these risks, I think, because you just want to work with people and you think everyone's going to be like you. And from a corporate mindset, it's all about mitigation of risk and the cost, the indirect cost, the non-tangible cost always. It's like, wait, it's not just how much we're paying them. It's how much time we're spending with them. How much time we have to develop the relationship. How much risk are we taking on the project by adding this person to work with them because they have to commit to the deadline too? You just change your focus. And for me, it's like, well, there's not anybody who comes really to mind that would fit that bill with what we want for like the next games and where we have a skill gap and things that we either haven't worked with already or yeah, because there are other people we'd like to work with, but again, I just come back to the risk tolerance. It's like, oh, but like that's astronomical risk when you really consider it. And on top of that, if they're expensive, it's like, oh, there's also financial sunk cost, which is not be cheap and just buy the cheapest option, right? It's just like, okay, there's financial risk. It's like there's a mindset risk, there's a deadline risk, there's what happens if we get there and they don't deliver risk. And you can protect yourself contract wise, but contract is just recoup cost. It doesn't fix like, okay, someone charges us whatever, $5,000 for music, let's say, and they don't deliver in time. Sure, I can go after them for the $5,000, right? But the difference is we missed the deadline. Now what? Oh, that means we're 3 more months for the next fest. And it's like fuck. The opportunity cost could be huge there, right?
And let's say we have a 400 person studio, so kind of like a standard. I believe some of the high end like Sony studios are around there. I think their 400 is pretty par for the course in AAA these days. Just off the top of my head, I mean, I don't want to just spit out numbers because some of these staffing numbers are just changing all the time. But there's some big studios that have around 400 employees. So let's say 20,000 times 400. So that is our calculation for our burn rate every single month. Again, crazy numbers, $8 million every single month. That is, I mean, just think about that. That's how much we're burning every time, whenever we're in pre-production and we have people just kind of tooling away on an idea, trying to figure out what's going to work. That is $8 million, right? So, and let's say, let's make this a little shorter. Let's say we miraculously managed to make a new game, not in the 5 or 6 years that it actually takes these days, but let's say it only took us 4 years. So times 48. And again, we are upwards of $300 million. We are in the $384 million ballpark math for that game. So you can see how these numbers have gotten pretty wild. And so when you're out there and you're seeing these headlines that are like, oh my God, Concord cost $250 million or whatever, and somehow that they couldn't make a giant open world or whatever, just think about it in terms of number of people times number of months they were all working, which is going to be an equation that you take to no matter what kind of game you're making. It doesn't matter if you're making a multiplayer shooter or a big open world. The open world games might take more time and more people because you're creating more content, but all of these games, once you hit a certain threshold of the number of people that you need, you are getting into pretty expensive territory. Again, there's all sorts of factors here. I mean, some of these companies you could certainly like look at and say, hey, a little bit of wasteful spending.
It's nice because doing this stream and doing this video gets me to think about like what's my vibes and what's my stance and what do I think on like A&T Co, right? Like what's the things that like Andy and I need to think about? What are our diverging opinions on where things should go? And obviously a lot of that's just dependent on like how things pan out. But it's interesting to think, okay, August comes, we release games. Let's say September 1st. We release games. Games do all right. Now what? Right? Obviously, we probably want to know that before that. Or at least in my mind, I'm a planner. So it's like, okay, games do really bad. What's the strat then? Games do really well. What's the strat then? Games do meh. What's the strat then? And you could say like, what is bad? What is meh? Whatever. But like, I've already kind of got down that path of like, well, in my opinion, would be like every game hits 100K. Meh is one game that we release does 100K. Everything else like really bad would be no game does 100K. Maybe the cumulative of them, they all do 100K, but still that would be not a great result. That would be a bad result actually. And really, really well would be like, okay, honestly, any game, any individual game or all games do over 100K, like significantly over 100K. But then you start asking yourself, like, does that change anything that we would be doing differently which options change what we would do differently? Do we change our strategy if all the games do really bad? Do we change our strategy if all the games do really well? And you think, okay, well, what does that look like? What number does that look like? And when, by what? Right? Let's say one of the games does very well. You need to ask David Kelly what to do. Exactly. Game does really well. He say copium. You just say you're coping. It didn't do as well as it could have. Another MMO 98 is what he's going to tell me. That's literally what he's going to say. So, I think I'm done with this video for now. I'll turn down the music. One thing I don't like about my setup right now is the profiles are on the same, so the music doesn't always stay the same. Make real MMO? I don't think so. Right? Like, I think let me think. If things go really well, no, let's go to the scenario of Matt. One game does 100 grand, all the other games, whatever. It's less, who cares what number. I mean, I guess it depends on which game, because some of the math does change. If Orebreaker does 100k, obviously we make more money. Aramis Authority Co. make more money than with the code development stuff, right? On that scenario, I don't think anything changes. That scenario and bad scenario, I don't think anything changes. To be quite honest, bad scenario is only changes if either Stock or Thomas say, "Fuck this, I'm out." Does keys here mean wish list? No, it means the retail units redeemed. There is one that has a creator thing. One of these slides does do the key redemptions. I think it's the next one. Is this go to the next one? No, that's the time forward. Okay. Oh, this one, but it's cut off. There. I could, well, there. These are creator keys that were sent. And some of that graphs is slightly fucked because I think it treats Mining and Dwarves and Mining and Dwarves. Oh, one was a playtest. Mining and Dwarves playtest and Mining and Dwarves demo as separate things. Yeah, so just ignore this. When it says this key activation shit, that graph's fucked. It's actually just demo redeems, and they didn't need necessarily keys for it. The other one that I had to scroll down on, those are actually keys sent out for the demos to the content creators where they redeemed the key itself. They could also not redeem the key and just play the demo as well. This one. But it meant I sent them an email with the key redemption. And this green is... Oh, actually, this is Black Hole all the way back here. Okay, so there's my Doors playtest. Here. So games do bad. Sock and Thomas, they say fuck this. Okay, that would change plans. You're in the way on the right. Yeah, whatever. It's that graph's fucked. Don't worry about it. Just here to stimulate you guys visually. That would change things. I think Sock and Thomas are going to say yes to another game. I mean, I've said this multiple times on stream with my mentality. I said this to Andy too, which is like, and I think he's in agreement, or it seems in agreement to when we discuss this. It's like financial outcome does not dictate working with them again or not. Like if we have an expected expected value of 51% chance of game success with each person, the flop or not doesn't matter. It's as long as we work together and as long as we all work together well and we have a effective system to working together, then we should continue taking that bet. The same thing I hope on their side. The financial outcome is not the driving factor of whether or not we do in our game together. Then obviously there's bills to be paid and what time you can spend and how long you spend and can you still do game of course. But the relationship of working together on doing a game, that's not the calculation really. If games did really well, see, I think if the games did really well, all that would do is just close out any other opportunity for other people to work with us. Like, I think if we had another Black Hole success, I personally would suggest just closing out the publisher side of the company. As in, it's like invite only. We continue working with Sock and Thomas, and only particular people we would like to work with that want to work with us, and we don't pick up anyone else ever. Like, even if it's like, maybe it's cool to work with, like, nope, we just fucking nope. Because another Black Hole would be like, okay, we should probably do something with that. We should probably add an expansion or DLC, or it funds us to just continue to work on more games ourselves and just YOLO bet. Like, there's not really if they do well enough, though, could they not do what a lot of people do and just not publisher? Well, see, that's the beauty of, I think, this model is most of the time you take that publisher to de-risk your project. Like Matt Cole had an offer that would have been probably more than I think what the game could have made potentially, or would have de-risked a guarantee that would let his runway continue. So it's like, obviously, once you have a good hit, you don't need the money, therefore you don't use the publisher again. But capital, we've never injected capital, so that goes away. The other things that I've seen is people are like, oh, we'll do it to learn the skills of the publisher. But every time I talk to people, you know what these skills are? It's all like the marketing side and the Steamworks operational side. Yeah, sure, we do that, but that's not the true value. The value that I think we get on these working with Sock and Thomas is the game design iterative making of the game itself. And then the question is, doing that, was that a better result than you could do solo? And if the answer is yes, then it's probably going to continue being yes indefinitely. Because hopefully what we're doing is supplementing out blind spots or weaknesses or things that you don't ever want to do anyways. Versus like the marketing, when people pick up the publisher just for the marketing side, it's usually because they don't want to risk a flop because they don't know how. They're willing to do it, they just don't know how to do it. And they don't have the time or the gamble on the upside, so they say, fuck that. I'm just gonna give up X% and have somebody else who's experienced in doing it, and I'll just learn what they did, and then I'll do that moving forward. And also because I have the capital then if the game's successful to take these risks. But I don't know. I I guess thinking this through out loud, there's not actually a lot of scenarios where the plan really changes. I think the biggest change would be as who cares what significant means? Significant only matters for me to say, but a significant W, either across a game or the accumulation of all 3 games, would just, in my opinion, probably mean that we basically perma close our doors outside of like less than a handful of people that we'd actually want to work with that have expressed maybe interest in working with us. And they're all people who've already shipped games in the past. So we would just close the quote unquote any of the funnel of being a publisher ever. Right now it's just been like, we're figuring this out, we're too busy, why would we even consider doing stuff with other people? And the easiest way that we got around this was, we'll just work with people we already know and have basically worked with in the past, because things were so loosey-goosey and we weren't structured enough to really work with people not in that camp. It's been a lot of like, trust me bro systems. But yeah, if things did well, we would close it to only be the current 2 people we're working with. And honestly, like, maybe 2 other people that come to mind. Yeah. Wait, I didn't even see Vex's message. Wait, what? Wait, what? It didn't even show up on the Twitch combined chat. Oh, because it's activity, that's why. That's why. That's why. I was like, wait, what? I'm like, I'm so confused. No, I don't see the stream streaks on the OBS activity tab. I only see follows, subs, bits, raids. The streaks I only see on the Twitch creator panel and the Twitch chat thing, which I don't have open usually. Because if I open that, I only look at that and then I forget about YouTube. Would you be willing to be on a board of sorts? I don't think so. Just give feedback and I don't think so. Because here's what, it has to go back to earlier conversations that maybe you're just joining now. It's the opportunity cost and the overhead of that. Okay. Well, YouTube just asked a great question, so we do care. The games that are already validated and that be worth that percentage aren't probably going to do it because they already have access to other means. Also, the time that would be involved would be pretty high. And the games that aren't validated, that's maybe too much time for the percentage, unless it's like a gamble roll that's a 1 out of 100 that's like, oh, you didn't find the next fucking Vampire Survivor or whatever. And I would be better spent that time on in-house games that Andy and I can do. This goes back to the conversation, sorry, I was saying about the issue I have is like, I'm looking for someone to do shorts, and I'd be open to even giving them rev share on the shorts of like, if we could track it through the UTMs or anything like that, great. It could be part of other things that are tied to shorts. The issue is someone who can make great shorts like that aren't going to make shorts for me. They're making great shorts for themselves because the upside's higher for them. The same thing there is the upside for me in that scenario is better spent on my own games in-house or co-developing with other people than for passive feedback and coaching. I just think that just eats into my calendar. The only time it makes sense is if it feels like it gives me a pulse of like the market or industry. That's why a Twitch stream, you could say this is a net negative. Yeah, but it allows me to work through thoughts. It allows me to have people come in and chit chat. Sometimes I gain a perspective that I wasn't thinking about. There's value to it. But the 1 to 5% on a financial is like, nope. Because I say, think about it this way, right? It's like, what's that work out? If 1 in 10 of the games are 100K success, and I'm taking 5%, okay, so 5,000. It's 100K gross, actually. So it's even less than, but we'll say it's actually after. So it's more than that, but it's 100K that I get by 5. So that's 5 grand. You can say 5 grand for like, let's say what, 10 hours? Oh my God. That's $500 an hour. Ah, I said 1 in 10. So that means the other 9 failed, which means it's $50 an hour. And then it's like, okay, for $50 an hour, am I better spending that on making a game myself with like Andy or internal to Aramis and Thorny Co? And I think the answer is yes. All right, let's see. I'm assuming Ashley already dropped off Felix. She didn't say bye, or I didn't get the notification. Maybe she sent on Slack, but I didn't get the notification. Oh, she did. No, she didn't. Oh, I didn't get to say bye to dude. It's all right, whatever. I gave him a hug when I went upstairs. Told him have a good day. I told him have a good day, he'll have a fucking good day. 3 years old. Whatever data says. Alright, did I break this? I gotta wait, I think 50 seconds. the press kit on the menu useful? No, not really, to be honest, but Andy likes putting it there. Oh, it did work. Okay, great. It should be red only. Nice. Alright, I need to... Well, one, I need to pull Tom's changes to see if he got rid of this or not. I also need my changes. Where is that? Actually, wait. That is probably not the way I wanted it. You know what I feel like? I feel like I already need a third monitor. I feel like I look at my monitors. I need this monitor for an on stream. I need this monitor for on stream. I need a monitor just to see stream itself. I need like a fucking stock matrix. I need a 2x3. I need fucking 6 monitors, boys. And then this is how I convince myself I need like an RTX, like whatever it is, 6,000 whatever bajillion. Because I'm like, yeah, but now I have 6 4K monitors that I all Okay, There we go. All right. So let's see. Oh, what happened there? Doot-de-boo, doot-de-boo, doot-de-boo. Alright, so some of the shadows are fixed. Got like 30 FPS ish. Wait, didn't you guys tell me I was supposed to have the oh yeah, the VSync? Morning. Morning, sir. Morning. What kind of things are you cooking on today, sir? Oh, there's our drone. Nice. Nice. Give me my red power up. Nice. You know what? I think the power-ups, you know what they do? They make you a little bit of manic. Like, because you have to make a decision right away to, like, maximize them. I think it really changes out the game. No! No! Like that. I missed the upgrade. I missed the fucking last one. Oh, okay, so I need the code to get rid of the magnet poo-poo drone. Well, actually, do I? Because I can just remove it from the tree. That's what it'll do. This doesn't need to be enabled in a tree, which means it'll stop doing its thing. Oh my god, yes. The money is back to the brightness. Actually, I think the money's a little too fucking bright now, Thomas. I think you jacked up some of the original colors where it's like, holy fook boys. I feel like it's actually burning my eyes. Holy. I actually liked the other character. Andy didn't like the other character, but I liked being the little dude. I mean, I'm fine with being Bobby. I'm Blobby the Blob. No, Andy, you're not. Alright, here. We can spoil the game for you, okay? Are you ready? Don't worry, it's alright, you can be spoiled. You've already... No, I can leave. No, don't leave. You're already compromised. You've already played the game. You know? Okay. I don't know if this is even gonna work because Thomas did some shit. Okay, it does work. Alright. Alright. This is gonna be like late game, okay? Alright. Alright. Yes. Okay. Alright, ready? Oh, I don't have it. I don't have them all unlocked. Fuck. God damn it. I don't have all this. Okay, we have to cheat because I don't have them all unlocked. There. All right. So imagine other packages came and there are other power ups. Okay. And yeah, there's some tuning on like, right? Now I cast. And there's a power up missing for more fish. So it'd be like this. You're gonna power up that's gonna like jack up the spawns. And then you're like, I catch all the fish. I catch the whole sea. Yes. Yes, that seems legit. What the fuck? Oh. I think I had a render bug there. Skip it. Yeah, so and then when the power up fades, you actually can go over the capacity of your backpack right now because obviously we have one of those upgrades allow you a temporary increase on the backpack. So when we debuff, I have to remove the clamping function. That was a whole other thing, but yeah, that's what I got. So this would be like the end state. So the funny thing is actually one of the upgrades you get in the boxes is an orange one. The orange upgrade actually increases the number of drones up to a cap. So it's like every time you get the orange upgrade, I think it's like +3 drone delivery. So as you progress the game, it compounds. These upgrades actually compound up to a silly maximum value. So we can control this so that like when you get the red, it's like, I think it's like +2 catch and full on capacity. +2 catch on the per bobber and +3 bobbers or something like that. But then what happens is as you get the upgrades, the duration refreshes and they go up to a maximum value, but they increment. So each one's like 3 rods up to a maximum of like 30 or whatever it is. Oh, I have full capacity. This is going to take forever. I already told Thomas about some of this, which is like the game gets so broken that there's other issues that like the time it takes to drop my inventory takes too long now, and there's some performance issues that came along with this, and like the boxes aren't cool. But anyways, you get the gist of the idea. So, oh, the other nice thing is, well, I don't know if nice is the right word, but the first 3 boxes you get are guaranteed to be power upgrades, okay? After that, though, there's a very small chance of one of the boxes you open and it just gives you a fish. Just a basic fish. It looks literally like that. It's the, oh fuck boys, I didn't get the upgrade. Oh my god, I got con feeling. It's the closest thing to slot machines. It breaks the pattern of predictability. But you're guaranteed this initially. And then it's a super small chance anyways, so. Like, obviously it doesn't matter when you get this many boxes falling on you. But when you're playing, like you look forward to the box, but then you're, very few times, I think it's like a 2% chance. You're gonna open this and you're gonna get the little fish and you're like, motherfucker, fuck that drone. Fuck the fish box. Why did I get the fish box? It's one of those things you gotta play where you realize it actually, it makes getting the upgrades even more OP. You're so happy that you did not get the fish box. You're like, fuck yes, thank God. But yeah, this is what I cooked up. This was yesterday, and I showed Thomas, and Thomas was like, oh my god, what did we fucking build? I'm like, bro, I'm like, Andy told me something was missing. I think this is the missing thing. Is yeah, you get power upgrades, but there's a progression of the power upgrades. And there's a meta strategy. Well, it's not really strategy, but a meta experience. Because I just skipped through all that, which is first you get a box, okay, with just red unlocked. Then you unlock other upgrades, right? So you might unlock red and blue. Then it's, oh, you unlock getting like more than one drone on delivery through the skill tree. It's guaranteed you get 2 drones. Now you get a chance of combination of upgrades. Oh, blue and red are really good together. Wow, I love when I get blue and red. Those are fucking broken. Right? Green and red, man, that's, you know, it's all right, but it's not as broken as blue and red. And then we allow more and more and more of this. So then it's like, oh, now all of a sudden you get the orange upgrade, which increases the number of drones that are allowed to deliver up from your base. You're guaranteed 2 drones, but now the orange allows you to get 5 drones, right? All of a sudden now you're like, oh my god, I can get red, blue, which is like 20 fucking bobbers, 20x per bobbers, but blue makes it so that I attract all the fishlet bobbers instantly. Oh my goodness, that's so fucking broken. Oh my god, like, and we just continue this through. Like, I cheated and showed you like the end state, right? Like, this is just all the upgrades stacked on like max values, right? But as you're progressing, you're figuring out, oh wow, wait, when I get red and blue, it's really broken. When I get green, it's really good for just picking up a bunch of inventory I have on the ground. But it gives me backpack capacity, right? Like, there's a ton of flexibility in like how the player experiences this. So, yep. I'm actually pretty stoked about this. I went upstairs after stream and told Splashy, I'm like, I think I cracked it. I think I have the ability in the game to make the game beyond outrageously silly. Just makes no fucking sense. Like, oh my god. Like, I feel like Amazon delivery here, like Bezos is just coming and delivering 10 trillion packages on us like it's Prime Day or something. You know? And then you get your upgrades and you just feel this sense of like just absolute silliness. Oh, I have the inventory. Cool. Wait, why is it when I add the upgrade? Oh, it does add the backpack capacity. I just have to press it a bunch. Get a lag because there's a bunch of issues with the drones and things. There we go. Oh my god! Like, look at all these fish. Like, there's some tuning with the amount of boxes and how many they can deliver and everything, but it's like, yes. Oh my goodness, yes. Look at all. Oh my god, there's the lag frame thing. Oh god, we locked the whole game. Don't worry, those will be fixed eventually, okay? Now there's problems with like how long it takes to dump down the inventory even. We're gonna get rid of the magnet because the magnet, the thing with the magnet is you don't need the magnet anymore. You are the magnet. All right. All right, let's end this. Now you've been compromised. Now you've seen it. I like what I see. Oh my god, yeah. I think there's so much to play with now. And we control all the levers. I was telling Thomas, I just implemented unlocking which upgrades and when they spawn, because he's like, oh my god, this would be so hard to balance. I said, no, think about it the other way. One, we control when this gets introduced. When you unlock drones, I control which upgrade starts through the game config. So it's the red. I'll start with red because the player understands the bobbers and everything. It's very intuitive to them. They know what that means. And there's some UX stuff Thomas is doing to explain like what the power upgrades are. Then we cap it at the number of drone delivery. The drone delivery count itself is 1. So I know a predictable number when that's happening. I know the player's only getting the red every 60 seconds, roughly. I know what pace, what rate they're going. Then it's, okay, so then I can have in the skill tree the amount they get as the mod buff for red to increase, or I could change the cap. So I can cap it that, you know, it doesn't matter when they're only getting 1 upgrade, right? Because it's just only 1 stack. But I can allow them to get a guarantee of 2 drones, or I can introduce the blue upgrade after that. So, all of a sudden it's like, oh, sometimes I like getting the blue, sometimes I like getting red. You start learning what the different upgrades are. Oh, all of a sudden I allow you to get 2 drones. So now there's a combination of learning about the stacking. Oh, I like red and blue. Green and red's not the best, but you know what? When I get blue and red, that's OP. Okay. But now I can have 3 drones. Okay, cool. Now all of a sudden you get 3 red, you're like, oh my god, I feel so powerful. I have 10 bobbers. But now I can control the cap. So each box is, well, technically it'd be 9, but each box is 3 bobbers more of the red, up to 9. Okay, but now I can have a skill tree unlocked to say, instead of 9 being the max, it's actually 15. So when you get 4 drones, and if they're all 4 red, you're actually going to go beyond 9. It's actually now 12. All that's controllable. And then I told him, also, we're at a point in the game where it'll just be so broken and silly. All we do is play the game for roughly like whatever time we want, 20, 30 minutes. And we play it like 3 times each. And we just look at how long it takes us to hit X number. And we say, that's good enough. And we just call it. And some people are going to have like a super fast experience in 15 minutes to beat whatever. And some people it's going to take 25 minutes. And that's fine. So, yep. Chat was pretty stoked. Chat was like, wow, the game looks visually like super crazy interesting now. I'm like, yeah. But also playing it feels different. Because like I said, one, visually it looks different and we skipped. But when you're playing, when I was even experimenting adding this, you have a lot of these aha moments. Like, oh, I really hope I get blue and red together. Oh, I really hope I get X. Like, oh, when's the next drone delivery coming? And it's not, oh, when's the next drone delivery because I just want to use it like the magnet where that becomes the replacement to the game. It's, oh, I want the next drone delivery to go like be broken in my fishing. I want to go back and fish and be broken. But anyways, that's what we cooked up. Thomas has cooked up some other stuff with like color change and a bunch of changes too I saw this morning, so Alright, I need to use the bathroom. That's what we need to do. While I do that, and Thomas is not going to be awake yet, so this is a great time to kick this off, which is here. Have a great tinkle. Well, hold on. I glitched here, but I kicked off Codex on a task to fix some of the issues. So I didn't spot it. Finally submitted my Steam page. I'm waiting for review. I put together a quick early footage trailer for Steam. Yes, put the link, and when I get back, that's what we can look at. Okay. Beep 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 beep. I need to make more hot water for the coffee. Do I spoil myself? I'm going to spoil myself. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna spoil. CoreOS is gonna be so pissed. But I'm gonna go have some cream in my coffee. boys. I'm sorry, the music ended. I took too long. You were just sitting in silence. Holy shit. Coffee. I decided that I want to try a different setting with the coffee grinder, so. Bro, you scared me. It was quiet. Yeah, exactly. Oh, your trench. Alright, so you completed that. We'll see if you did that actually or not. Alright, let's see. You sent the YouTube link. Pause this. Play this. Alright. Bro, did you make a puzzle game? God damn it. Oh, this looks way more interesting the first 25 seconds. I would collapse the first 25 seconds down more. This looks way more interesting. Alright, well, I mean, I got the gist, though. It's a puzzle-esque game in the first, like, 5-ish seconds, I think. And that's when I was like, nope, not for me. Fuck this. I'm out, boys. Which is not a bad thing. It just meant, like, it's not a game for me. After you got into game, do you find you enjoy other games less? For incrementals, yes. I think I'm broken on incremental games. One, I played too many, and two, the amount of time I spent building and playing incrementals games. I think I recognized the core functionalities of the game, and it destroyed a lot of the novelty of the iterative loop of those types of games. That I'm like, seen it, done it. Like, move on. With puzzly, sure, it's puzzly, but I'm not gonna play a puzzly game. There's very few games that I play that are puzzly. Drop Duchy is the closest I can say to really, and Dwarfomantic, that I felt like they were puzzle-esque games. I'll just say puzzle-esque. And truly locked in and got suckered into playing these games. Even though it's called itself turn-based tactics, which it is, but you feel kind of like a puzzle, like of Tetris. Like, you feel like you're playing a different take on Tetris. Jablow's game popped off a bit. Yeah, it also spent like how many years on it? 13 fucking years or whatever silliness. Like that's the thing is I don't want people to clip and say like, oh, Thorny says puzzle games aren't viable and therefore no one should make a puzzle game. And Jablow did. Like, well, Jablow's also unique and has a following himself. And then he went and spent how long making that game? That's the other problem with like puzzle or puzzle-like games is they require a ton of effort, time, thinking, uniqueness to them. Like, it's like the same as like being like, oh, a puzzle-esque game is just making a new genre essentially. And you're like, well, I don't want to do that. Do you have a dream to work on your magnum opus game? I don't think I have a magnum opus game. There's games that I'd like to go work on. Like, quite honestly, I thought Mr. Farm Boy, still to this day, what this could have been and what this is very different from what I imagined. From demo, from Next Best Demo to where it went, I think there were a lot of like different disagreements in the direction of what the game became. And I still think there's like an underserved market of this type of game and leading into like a decision of what you want to be. Because like, look, it says it's farming sim, automation, colony sim, incremental. But which of these? Right? I don't know why you were so mean to him. The D-boy? What do you mean mean? Damn, 30,000 copies. No. The truth? No, that's not why. I know what happened. You have to ask him. One day, he's just like, I can't believe you talk to people about me like that. I'm like, what the fuck? What? I'm like, what? And I think what happened was Sock and I were on a call with him, and we talked about a Discord server, a DM in a Discord server that was unrelated to D-Boy entirely. It was actually about a content creator. And I would not show D-Boy because it was, one, in a private Discord he's not in. Two, he was streaming. Three, because it's about a content creator that these people probably would not have wanted out anyways. It's not my place to say who the content creator was or who was saying it from the game dev. And then Nullix joked that, oh, Sock and Thorny are talking about you. And I'm pretty sure he deep faked himself and believed it. So, even though afterwards Nullix told him, bro, they weren't talking about you. I was joking. And I asked him, I was like, bro, just share the fucking DMs. Screenshot, like, just share the fucking DMs. Yes, I talked to Stolen and Pimpsta about your game because I said I was going to make a Mr. Farm Boy, and he said, good luck. And I was like, bro, you want to see me make a better Mr. Farm Boy? Because at the time, the game was half of its success. Because it had not been in the Medieval Festival. Is half of these copies sold is literally the Medieval Festival. Which is the OP meta strat, which was unplanned by him, was get in a festival that you have a unique genre that almost is like you're not really in that festival. Like Medieval Festival is not, in my opinion, a medieval game, but anyways, other people can disagree or agree. But it got marked as a cozy game in Medieval. There's 4 or 5 other games marked as like cozy in that festival, which meant when the banner for cozy on the top of that Medieval Festival showed up, you get huge traffic. You always show up in one of those slots, and the rotation for the cozy is like 1 in 5 chance, basically. So yeah, like 11,000 and 15,000 of these copies sold is Medieval Festival, and which was way after the game launch. So this was all happened before that. So I said, I think it's underserved. I think it could have been a much bigger game. I think it should have leaned into something. So I talked to Stolen and Pimsa, who are other people, about this. I said, look, what do you think? Because they were around from the very start of the development. And we both agreed. So I was like, those are the only two people, my dude, I talked about the game during this stuff. And it's all shit I said on stream that I thought the game could have been a much bigger success. I think there was tons of mistakes about leaning into like incremental in this game. That I thought there was more mechanics. There was tons of stuff. Anyways, to this day, I don't know. To this day, I don't know. And I've asked, and I didn't get an answer. Honestly, for the first couple of days, I thought he was joking. I thought he was playing into when I said on Discord and on stream that I'm going to make a Mr. Farmboy that competes with him. And then I streamed me planning out some of the game design. And then I thought, okay, maybe he's a little bit butthurt about that. And that, he's like, I don't want to do co-streams anymore because, you're making a copy of me. But then it turned out that had nothing to do with it. And to my understanding is he got he deep faked himself in a joke. We need to hash out face. No, because I think it's dead. No, it happened during that stream. It was a night and day. We co-streamed. We were great buddies. The next day, he didn't want anything to do with me, and I asked, and it was like, bro, I can't believe you would talk behind my back in DMs. I'm like, what? Fuck, what? I'm like, what DMs? Like, all I talked about was making a competitor Farm Boy with Stolen and Pip stuff, which I said on the Discord server. This was not a secret, by the way, guys. This was not behind the scenes. It was literally on the Discord where he said, go ahead and do it. And I said, okay, I will. It was just terrible that something like that friendship could die so easily, given the 1,200 plus hours I spent with the guy on helping and making Farm Boy what it is. I'm not gonna say I created the game, and I'm sure D-Boy might have diverging opinions now, but there was a point in time where even the music and sound effects in that game were from me. I literally went and got him the sound effects for that game. I went, found them, sent him the files, was like, here's the attribution, here's the link, here's the mining sound. I still have even the videos of walking through how to play the fucking game in the early days. Might be on the other channel. Yeah, here it is. Because the game had some complications around pathing, I literally made a tutorial video back in April 13th for the playtesters to walk through how to play the fucking game. Welcome to Cute Fantasy Farm RPG game is what it used to be called, but it's actually just a farming game with automation now, so there's no RPG aspect. I want to walk you quickly through the game and how it works, so let's dive right into here. So you spawn in. What we're going to be doing is... Oh, UI revamp, mock-up, that was me. Yeah, like literally an Excalibur drawing out what the UI should be for him to go and do it in Godot. Like dropping down. All this for no rev share. Made Zippo from Farm Boy. Zero. I added up the time. 1,200 hours of time spent. Yeah. Why was I so involved? Because I saw a dev who was struggling to pick a direction. Oh, here, let me turn this back down. Sorry, but the volume is on the same as that. I saw a dev struggling with picking a direction. You have to realize the game when I came on was called Cube Fantasy RPG. Okay. And I got talking to him on Twitch. I'm like, okay, so what are you doing? How much runway do you have? Where you live? What do you want out of the game? Right? And it's like, I could clearly see the game was never going to finish in time for the amount of money that he had left and for the timeline and what he needed to earn. It was like, bro, you need to ship ASAP. Like, you need to tighten the scope, de-scope, delete. Cute Fantasy RPG. You want to go fantasy and RPG, and at the time it was a little bit further the video you watched was a little bit further along, like maybe a month and a half. But all he had was like the farming aspect, the farming and building, the very basics of it. It was like, bro, you're never gonna finish in a year. No fucking way. I got 15 years in software development. I can tell you. And this is before ChatGPT 5.4 or 5.5 kind of could just like accelerate the development. It was like, all right, let's go. Right. And I had a bunch of time because I think I was on parental leave at that time. And I was just starting to get into like game development, maybe 6 months before that, with doing some game jams. So yeah, I don't know what happened. And it's a shame whatever happened. But I don't mean him any ill will. We've talked about this enough on stream. But I just thought, my dude, for everything we've gone through, that not even hashing things out and just overnight was just like, nope. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. What were the chances Farm Boy would have been added to the existing game roster and full backing of Thorn Corp? I'm not sure. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, like if Aramis and Thorny had that approach today, probably 0. A game dev who's never shipped a game. no direction, no validation at that time. There was not even a Steam page back when I had started. A lot of it was experimentation for me. Like, could I take something that I saw a glimmer and make it into something if the dev had flexibility? And the answer was yes. Yes, absolutely. That's what Farm Boy was for me in terms of why. Click and Conquer was, okay, can I leave a dev solo go do this where he can follow a North Star and I just provide guidance on what to do and implement in terms of like execution itself. Like you need to do a 400-hour structured plan. I'll do all your QAing playthrough and just give you all the feedback on what to tweak and tune. But you need a direction. And the answer was yes. Stefan did a great job. 400 fucking hours, like 200K plus gross. Both those games were testing the waters to see, can I do this? Because at the time I was employed on Blue Cat in enterprise software, and I hadn't done anything in game dev. And it was like, okay, I know I solo won't be a dev. I know I won't do it. Can I make this work with other people? The answer was yes. And that's how I ended up meeting Andy. With Steph and I went on his podcast. I got talking to him. I'm like, look, I think we can work together and make this black hole game thingy into something. Like you have a direction and I see how I can tweak some of that direction to make it super fun and chaotic and feel good for the player. And the rest was history. $1 million later, the rest was history. What do you think could be the highest price for incremental that will be an instant buy for people? Here, I can give you that. I think this game is a fucking steal. This is like literally period no brainer. $2.99 USD as your base. I don't even think, I just buy. I think Click and Conquer is about right where on discount for launch was the same thing. So let's go look at that. Hey, oh, there it is. After discount, this was $3.29 US. So if you have $4 with $4 with 20% launch puts you right there. I think anything of those prices are like, people don't even really think. They're just willing to just say like, oh, it's so cheap, I should just buy it and play. What's that launcher you just searched in and launched? This is a Chrome extension I wrote. Just links over to other sources. When I click this, it brings me to SteamDB. SteamDB will have the historical like charting prices of release and things like that. Yeah, from that, what I would say on the pricing, I see the other question about the genre. It depends on the validation. Right? That's probably the biggest thing. Like, you can wait for the price to the very, very, very last minute of the release. Okay? And if there's more validation, you can probably set a higher premium. I don't know how many people know this. I think it was the week before Black Hole release. We changed the pricing. It was going to be a 40% launch discount, like Click and Conquer. And because of the validation and everything, and how many people were covering it, and the momentum we had, I told Andy, I think we're actually gouging ourselves too much. I think if I look at like Shell Diver and Outhold and all these other games, I think we're at the same level, and we can launch with a 30% discount as long as we're under $5 USD. I don't think it matters. And that's what we did. That 10% difference right there, I mean, who knows what the real outcome is, but like, that's $100,000. Now, maybe that 10% discount could have been the difference of $1 million game versus $2 million game. We don't know in hindsight, but it didn't kill the game. What genre do you and Aramis plan on diving into incrementals? Well, let me tell you about this. We have Aramis and Thornity Co. publisher page. And Orebreaker, even though it says a bullet hell with incremental upgrades, is a bullet hell. And that's currently what we're experimenting with. And then For Some Insight, a game about feeding a black hole, which, yes, is an incremental game. Oh, I don't think the screenshot is updated. But we have a roguelike mode in the game. And that's been fun. And it's been interesting how people interact with that mode and what the feedback has been. The next genre is free to play Taskbar Idler. I have thought about games in that space, not Taskbar Idler, but in free to play and things like that. Franza, do you need to make money? That if the game makes very little money, like $100, do you care? I'm not saying make it free to play. What I'm saying is, like, if the game made $120 and you only sold 2 copies at $6, does that make any difference? Okay, cool. So then, yeah, cheaper is better. Why? Because now you'll have more players that you can roll into the next game. Like, when money is not objective and you have such low wish lists, it's like, okay, cool. So let's say 30% of those wish lists convert because of the pricing alone. Okay, you got 300, right? Which means there's like possibly, there's a subset of those 300 that will follow you, or when you make a post, we'll see it, or you can leverage to try and get to another game page to wish list. Now, I'm not saying sacrifice a W for potential. That's why if you're sitting here saying, yo, the game's got great validation, it's got a ton of content creators lined up, it's pretty much going to be, you know, decent and set me up for a long time. I'm not saying, well, take your $8.99 game and make it $2.99 just to get more potential users. Maybe. Like, yeah, but that $8.99 game might set you up so that, like, you don't need to worry about the other games because you could ship 3 games now and have the capital to do it. But if it's already been a hobby and you're treating it as a hobby, so be it. Right? Like, yeah, it's nice to have a little extra cash. But you're not sitting here like, oh my god, if the game is not a success, I'm fucked. Oh, Nelix, the context was someone wants some context around like D-Boy and Farm Boy and me. I was like, Nelix deep faked D-Boy. Deep fake memory. What do you call it? Fake memory planted? Not this scan. I can't. Inception. Incepted. Oh, he's literally the Inception movie. He planted the thing in the dream state of the subconscious. Oh my goodness. I don't think they're ever going to come back. Quite honestly. What was I going to say? There's something that clicked though on us talking about all this. Oh yeah. This game. To the crack game, boys. Okay, so we can kill him. Forgotten. When's the content update? I need my content. When's the patch coming? Also, I hope you change the localization stuff on these so that I don't have to always mindfuck myself with the update. No, just make a new page. Make a fucking new page. Just make a new page, password protect, send it to me. We don't care about other playtesters. Let the jam be the jam. I'll message Juniper Dev myself and just say this is the fucking winner. I mean, I do have her on Discord. Wait, no, I don't have her on Discord, but she's in a Discord server with me. All right, laser these guys. Fuck, I thought he would shoot this. Okay, it didn't matter. Get wrecked. Throw my axe. Wreck all you noobs. No. It's an auto battler, kinda. I mean, it is. I don't have any control of the units itself, so I guess technically, yes, you are correct. It's an auto battler. It's just one where you have control initially, strategically, like setting up how you will play, and then it becomes an auto game with RNG because you don't control what falls down and things like that. So you are at the mercy of like RNG to some extent. Oh, I thought this was the enemy for a second. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, wait. I have to remember. Spear guy is super OP. Okay. So avoid this clusterfuckery. They're so stacked right now, like dear God. Blue will go here, not die, but increase all. Fuck, gotta change the localization. Okay, this one doesn't impact the other ones. Okay, got you. Okay, so that's the spear dude. He's OP. So is this just not a lot to do this round, really? Like, I mean, I could pick this up and just pick this up YOLO and die. I mean, this and there will move first, right? I don't think they attacked first. Just get the points and not care about fighting. Because I'm not gonna get a ton of multis here. Maybe here? I think I might be able to defeat that just with this guy, right? Oh no, this guy's always like one hit damage. Oh, but he'll throw his axes on this. Okay, there. Oh, he does fight right away. That I didn't remember. Oh, nice. But Spear Dude's going to like one shot you probably. Alright, so pick up this stuff. Insta kill that, nice. This stuff falls. You got stuff to get here at least. Oh my god, he just lasered me, boys. Holy f, he lasered me. So here I can get green there. And then okay, so green here. I could blue there. And I what, red down here? Okay, so green here. I blue there. And I just like yellow the red over in this corner. Oh, but here, I could fight that. Oh, the only thing I don't like in this Brigana is, I think I told you this, is when I destroy a unit, it does not carry on the path if possible. That's kind of poo-poo, because I'm like, oh, I could place here, pick this up, go kill this, and then if I get that, it go through. Because if you laser this and you go here, you end up there. This is gonna go here, stop, shoot, yada yada. I kind of want that, but I also want to just go kill a shit ton of stuff. Maybe, yeah, yellow. Wait, why didn't he go up here? Why didn't he prioritize this? Wait, what? I mean, it didn't matter, but the fuck was that? I got conned. Okay, so green can go here. No, you're... Oh, yes. I thought you were gonna die. Oh, we're almost out of debt, boys. You're like a new build. Good. Okay, so when are we signing you for Gane? When are we publishing this game? Listen, I gotta close the deal. It's too good of a game now. Too good. What if I just avoid all the enemies? And just hope that it drops down with more stuff that's good. No, we just got fucked. But I mean, we still beat it. Moment of talking with them. Bro, you have me in Discord. We need to make an OP game here. If you're not gonna make the OP game, I'm gonna make the OP game. Alex, what are you doing? We're making this game. Oh, this is shitty board, man. I don't have any room to do anything really. Fuck, I don't even know. Maybe no, that's Spiky dude. He's just fucking OP. Maybe I waste this hand. Oh, that was Spiky dude. I forgot. I totally fucked up here. Skip. We don't care. Oh, I misplaced. I was just trying to map it out. Fuck. Okay, wait. So wait. Goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoots. Maybe doesn't survive. So this will be like my backup dude. And then here. Man, we're getting gypped on the red. Red placements are so bad right now. Oh, this. Dear God. Hello. Oh, nice. A lot of blue. Nice. Oh my god, this feels so good when this happens. Oh my god, look at this red. We fucking broken, boys. Look at this. We beat the entire thing one time. No, close though. We got half in one. Nice. 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 Oh. Nice. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes. Oh, nice. Where was the green guy? I needed the green guy to pick up all this. Ah. Oh my god, this is just rip. We're getting ripped here, boys. Maybe okay, so blue could go here. I got a red kill that anyways. Increases. Oh, so I should actually start him here. So why don't I do that and set him like that, and then okay, so that kills that. That goes somewhat fall. that doesn't really do much for me. Maybe on RNG. No, I'm not gonna collect enough, probably. So green, what, yellow over here. Okay. Nice. Nice. Alright, blue guy goes up. Check Discord. Okay, I'll send you the contract. No. He sent it to me, boys. He sent me the most broken URL ever of the new version. It's super top secret. I can't even believe he's willing to do this for me. You know? 0-day exploit. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. He compromised me. It was a 0-day exploit. Alright, what else did he change? Just the pathing stuff? Did you change the click and hold bug? Because I noticed a couple times somehow in the old version I was able to accidentally let go, or I think it was like the tweening of the user would the thing would move, and this would technically remove the click area. I never set it, but there's a couple times where I noticed in the old version that I could trigger. Oh, right click deselect it. Oh, okay. Maybe I must have when I held my mouse to grip. Okay. That seems broken. Oh, I like this attention detail thingy. Like, oh, you're going to fuck with this guy. Oh, that's so good. But, okay, if I go down here. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is great. Okay, so I won't have enough there. So maybe I go like this. And I go like this. And then YOLO, right? To just fight. Oh my goodness, Archer, you were broken. You were so fucking broken. What the fuck? We full clear board, I think? No, that enemy is not going to be accessible by us. Oh my god, blue and green? Bro, this is too broken now. We are too strong. Look at this. We are just too strong. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That green's connected. That blue's connected. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look. No, it's not Giga off. This is great. I'm fucking OP. I calculated. Just lasered him. Lasered him. Look at this. Oh, we almost in one turn got the spin. I actually, if I could, I think clicking should hold it. And you have to like click to release. Like, I actually, maybe we don't, maybe you don't want to have it where you have to drag and hold it. Maybe it's just good enough to like click and it does this. Because I'm thinking, okay, the way I play now is I actually do this anyways to figure out placements. Like the way you change it, normally in my head I'm doing this anyways, and I would just hold this to like do it manually in my head, be like, okay, this would go here, yada yada. But now when I do this, it's like, oh, okay, well obviously I'm gonna place like over here. And I don't know, maybe I'm just spewing bullshit, right? Nothing new. Thorny spewing bullshit. Oh my god, look at this. Look at how huge this is. Broken? Fucking broken. Let's go. Oh my goodness. We just axe shot him. One shot. Boom. Full board clear. Ooh. Calculated. Done. Done. I've conquered life itself. The colored dots for the anti-tiles? Possibly. I mean, I thought it was like that the old way, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm just full of shit. Whoa, you had screen shake. I don't think that was like before, was it? Or maybe I just didn't notice. What are you actively doing? What do you mean? I'm playing this game. That's what I'm doing. Like in the game? Scouting, yeah, trenches. It's auto battler and it's slot machine. So placing the order in which you placing is determine what order they execute. And when you place, they will conquer the little outline things. But if they go into enemy, see, so he'll go here, here, and then he'll fight. And you have a little tiny bar that's like 5 little dots below the HP. So if you get 5 of the gems, you'll trigger their special ability. So like here. So this will probably go like some pathing like that, I guess, which will trigger the ability. And then there's collapse of the spin reel thingy. And these are like runes that have modifiers and stuff. Okay, so it's gonna go here, back, back, back. Okay. And then this is probably like that. And this, I don't really, oh, maybe here. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so now you got that. And you got the gems. Okay. Shoot your little special ability. Nice. Oh, you changed it. Does the runes now add on the skill thingy? I don't remember them getting +3. I thought the +3 was multiplier, but I saw more than +1 on it. Like maybe I'm just mixing up. Oh, you did. Okay. Yeah, the game's gonna be crazy broken then. Like fucking crazy broken now. Because units will be like 4 or 5 times more stronger. Yeah, the hardest thing about the game now is like balancing it out to keep the tension and playability and stuff like this. Like, how many units spawn? How do you keep the reel going? How do you eventually just have it so that like the reel keeps going, but eventually your units die out instead of getting a dead spin? Yeah, there's a lot of challenges around that stuff. Hey, look, we won. Funny was the first stream I joined. What? Wait, what? Funny was the first stream I joined. Well, I should have did this first. Now I'm just kind of like yodeling because the balance is all fucked that I know I can. Andy, are we signing Forgotten here and we're going to work on this game? You know? I think this game is broken. Oh, I see so many mechanics. Like there's so many fucking things in this game. It's like, oh my goodness. For a game jam that is 7 days, bro, I hope you win the game jam. I don't know what the other games are, but oh my god, if people actually play this, this is silly fun. It's a puzzle-esque game, but not feels like puzzle. I'm so angry that I did not come up with this concept myself. Like, obviously it's broken right now. Like, the levels don't scale up. There's not, like, enemy increases and things like that proportional to your skill level and things like that. Like, that's all balance and pacing, and you just change it so that now the units are, like, crazy broken with my suggestion. How much do you think gamers buy games because they like the game maker? Oh, I have no idea. I don't buy any games because of the game maker, so but I know I'm normal in that. I know there are people who buy to support. My wife bought Minami Lane just because it looked good and wanted to support the creators. She never had played the game for like a fucking year after she bought it. I played it before she had played it, even though she owned it like a year before I played it. Like, okay, take this in a nice way. I actually hope you don't even place anywhere in the top 10 of the game jam. Like, there's pros and cons. Okay, you place in the top game jam and you get visibility, right? There's also place in the game jam, get visibility, and someone goes and does this idea instead. So Nolix is like, I'm a devil publisher. Want to sign? Nolix, you just have to give up your soul. That's all it is. If you're willing to give up your soul, no problem. Great publisher. Ah, the RNG god just fucked me. Okay, wait. Maybe not that. Maybe over here. Okay, nice. 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 Okay. Oh no! I thought I would have won. Nice. Okay, so that's gonna fall down, at least be one more to collect. 2. Okay. If you have a Steam page, yes, you should. Absolutely. But if you don't have a Steam page ready to go, then you're in big trouble because it's going to take you like a fucking week to go through the interview process, get approved, get the page up and everything. I mean, you can start the process already. I don't know how long their voting takes. Actually, it's a big jam, so the voting is probably going to take forever. So you're probably fine. They probably take a month to vote. Nalix is saying, don't rush it as a joke. He's like, don't rush it. Let me put up the Steam page. Yeah, I think it could. Because here's the thing, it's not the jam traffic itself, Nalix. It's not the jam, it's traffic that that's going to make it really pop up. It depends on Juniper and the judge/voting. If Juniper has like behind the scenes with the sponsors major content creator coverage for like the top 3 or 5, like Pirate did, oh yeah, your game could fucking pop right the fuck off. Right? If she makes a video of the top games, you will pick up some. But she had sponsors do this where I wouldn't be surprised if behind the scenes, if the sponsors were smart, they would have partnered with their normal other brands, like a Real Civil Engineer or whoever, right? Like a major content creator, and gone and said, hey, we're putting money into this game jam, and we want you to cover the top 3 of that game jam on a sponsored video for our product. Right? Everyone wins. Juniper's game jam wins. There's tons of game jam people looking at this. Tons of people are going to want to watch who's the top 3. Tons of people are going to want to watch the content. Like, you can get a disproportionate amount of eyeballs as a sponsor that way. It's a good video for the content creators. These are the top 3 games out of 7,000 that participated in this game jam. I don't know if she's doing this. I'm not saying she's doing this. I have no inside info. But damn, those sponsors would have been smart to do that. Like hella smart. And you do it the same way Pirate did it. Is you don't tell anyone up front. Because then everyone who's in the game jam is generally just in the game jam for being in the game jam. Amara says, we do need to cook on our next game. What do you mean? I found the next game. Forgot it. Just stop working on it. Andy and I need to work on the next game. You heard him. We found the next game. Listen, you know how much of a sucker I am for these gambling types of games. You can find these gambling mechanics where you find synergies. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. The original dev is forgotten anyways. Yeah, exactly. It's right in their name. It's the exact same way I felt about Blackout Jack. It's when you combine a gambling mechanic with knowledge synergy where you find these aha moments is just unbelievable. What sort of gambling game do you want? We clearly need seals. We clearly need fishing. Instead of it's just called Just Keep Fishing, it's called Just Keep Gambling. You fish, you get all your fish, you put them on the weight scale, you gamble out with the seals. I told you guys, but you shut me down on that one. That game exists, right? I'm working on my new game, Take Drugs with Your Friends. That game actually kind of exists. I think we watched on stream the YouTube of it, or maybe I watched afterwards when I was doing research. It's a racing game, and they have this. I think it's this.
This game, your
Yeah,
friends can
it is this.
get kicked out of the bar for being too drunk because you play as the
Oh my god, why is that so still? Oh, it reset that down. That's why.
bartender, mixing drinks for them and
Wait,
deciding.
wait, wait. We'll refresh here.
In this game, your friends can get kicked out of the bar for being too drunk because you play as the bartender, mixing drinks for them and deciding who gets water and who gets vodka. Then jump into your car and start throwing drinks at your friends. They get drunk based on what you mixed, and every drink can trigger a different drunk effect. The more you sabotage your friends, the harder it becomes for them to drive. Oh, and yes, there are bombs in the game. You and your friends can play the demo now on Steam. In this game, your friends
What
can
was
get
the ending?
kicked out
Bar
of the bar
something?
now on Steam.
Bar after bar. I wonder if that's actually a trick. I wonder if that cuts so quickly that you're forced to basically rewatch the video to get the game name. Or if it's just shitty editing. That's one of those moments where you're like, is it shitty editing or ingenious editing? And you're like, I don't know. Did they have big brain moment there or dumb brain moment? Find the title. It's only one frame. Oh, I guess I should go onto my personal account too and see if there's any games that I should buy to play and learn. Okay, so this is not mine. I mean, it is mine, but it's not mine. It's not my personal account where I play games. It's the Thorny Co account. Well, we haven't done a lot. Scale the Justice Mega Farming. Yeah, I saw, but I personally, like, when we played the demo, I thought, like, I just didn't like how hard the mechanic kind of was a pain in the ass to control, to be quite honest. I was just like, nope. But I knew this, I didn't know. I thought it would do well, given the momentum it already had, and this art style, and like what you do. I was excited to play the demo, is one of my gut feels. I was excited to play the demo. But then when I got in the demo, I'm like, eh. I was like, nah. And then there's ownership of having a boat, upgrading it. Like, I totally understand it. Just playing the demo, it just didn't click for me. I was like, no. Okay, so on here, on wish list. Oh, I saw something in the cart. What did I not get? Oh, I was gonna get this during the Bullet Festival, just for research, which I could still do. Summer sale trading cards. I never understood this shit in Steam. These trading card shit. I'm like, is this worth $10? Maybe. Maybe just for research even. See, it is on the next game, but I'm also like, one of the things I thought in Orbreaker is like, is one of the things some level of like unlocking a different orb. So the blue orb, you're the green orb, or the purple orb. Feels a bit expensive. It is for. It does feel that for this. Maybe not. Like maybe not on the different orb color thingy. Could do it so that you get power ups and indicate it through color like that, but. Alright. Oh, wait. No, I have to go back to this. I just went there to see what the pricing was. Off Unity. I don't care. How many dudes? Oh my god, I'm so hyped for this. I'm also kind of excited to play Rock Bottom too, to be quite honest. See, this game, I was excited, and then I saw reviews, and now I'm sad. It looks like it's a poo-poo game. Don't I own this game? Pretty sure I own this game. No, I don't. Did I accidentally buy it on? Ooh, it feels something. Oh no. What the fuck was? Oh, double. No? No, I don't own this. Huh. I mean, I can get it. Plus I get the bundle discount. Like this is just savage. Like look at this. Games could cost me like $1.16 CAD. I mean, how fucking bad can the game actually be? Right? If I get 1 hour of the game, it's $1 an hour. It's like, oh damn, that's worth. Even if I just find some way of finding inspiration on what was missing from this game. Okay, so I will likely get that here. Add to cart. Interesting that I come here and go sort by discount, eh? During the summer sales. I think this is what a lot of people do, to be quite honest. And then they go through and convince themselves to buy. The first million? What's that? Maybe. Oh, wait. No, I don't think so, but I think I saw the screen, no? Oh, this released soon. Early, yeah, 24th. Oh, they did a very short discount window then. Right? Like, they did 1 week on their discounting. Oh, not great reviews. 75% on your all reviews that early, with early adopters probably bumping it even higher. Yikes. Stolen would tell me to buy this game and play it, but I'm scared. Because like this type of automation game means it requires a ton of upfront time for me to play it. Like, what types of games do you like playing? None. Just none. How about none? Who is like the least discounted in the summer sale? And why? Okay, Vampire Crawler, your brand new game, and everyone's gonna buy it everywhere. This is like kind of what you're able to do. Like if you're this big of games, you're able to enter a seasonal sale with like not even moving your discount. You're just like, fuck you. Oh wow, Tangy only 20%. Really, Nelix, eh? Like kind of surprised. I thought I was gonna say Chris. I thought Cakes would have pulled sales forward because he lost the time on the DMCA. I would have probably been more aggressive and pulled sales forward on the summer sale. Like taking more money off the table now. Oh, he's still updating the game though, right? Oh, okay. I read your message about the updates. It's like, okay, then I guess the argument is like the value you get and things like that. There's games in here that I do look fun, but I'm just like, oh, they feel like they're gonna be a ton of work to get into. Like, that's probably the biggest thing that I'm like, Like, if Odd Realm is something like this, as an example. If this is like, well, one, it's mixed, so I'm probably immediately not gonna get it on the recent. But let's say this was like RimWorld. It's like, yeah, but to really get into RimWorld, it's gonna be at least a 40+ hour game. Same thing for Oddspark. Like, Stolen tells me about this game all the fucking time, plays it all the time. but I feel like this is gonna be a game that's gonna be like Factorio. Like, it's gonna take me like 6 hours to really get familiar with the game, and we're gonna play at least 40 hours of playing it. It's what happened with Timberborn when I started playing that, which was fun. Don't get me wrong. Like, this, I think, is a good concept. I think actually this zoomed out makes the game look better on the art quality than this. If that makes sense to anyone. Like, you think it's gonna be detailed up close this far away, so you think, oh wow, it's gonna be interesting. And then you get here and you're like, oh, this kind of looks like MS Paint buildings. You know when you do renovations and you look at something and you're like, wow, that looks really good, because you don't see the imperfections because you're too far away. And then once you get closer, you're like, oh, that's fucked, that's fucked, that's fucked, that's fucked, that's fucked. That's exactly what I just felt like this game did to me. It's like right here, I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. And then the moment I see this, I'm like, oh, the game's so underpolished. Like, it looks like a prototype. Guys, what games should I be playing? Okay? That should be my real question. Like, what am I missing? How is this game? Is this the one that Andy had played? No. How did I spot this? Did someone post this on Discord? Do I know Dev? No. I know your publishers. How did I find this? I don't think this was someone who stopped on stream. Were they on a podcast? I don't think so. Well, it did very, very, very bad for content coverage, to be quite honest. Like, they had major players play it, and it performed really not great, to be honest. Alexia covered 26k views on his video. Northern Lion covered at 50k views. And he covered it actually twice, I think. I noticed the second one. What would be average views? I don't know, but I feel like this is really low for those creators, no? I mean, it was a year ago, but I mean, like, look, 94, 72, 53, and these are tail functions of his videos too. This is 4 days ago. You could pick up another, like, at least 20% of a lifetime of video. The other one we saw was 1 year ago. Like, this is really... Oh, this is like a movie or something? I didn't know what Road to Impress 2 is. Impress. But whatever, that's some other shit. But, like, you can see most of his videos are, like, 70K? Why does he keep watching this shit when it does so bad on his channel? Is he sponsored by them to cover them like at least 10 times or something for this series? Oh, it's terribly done. Like it's an FMV game, which I don't mean it's bad. I mean it's terribly done for his channel. Like time over time, it looks like it has to be paid. It has to be fucking paid. Like, or you must truly enjoy playing this game. No sponsorship on here. Oh, this is not the Gemini one. This is the fucking vidIQ hijack shit. Where was the Google one? It's usually right here. That's just him playing on stream? My dude, he should play anything else then. Because like it just did so bad for his channel. Jesus. And he has it again. Like every time he plays it, it's like 20K. Again. It's unless he played on stream for like 10 hours. And this is just cut ups of that. And he's just like build it where his content's lacking or something. But it's clear on his channel, like doing that is just bad. Oh, Digsium's a good game, by the way, for anyone who wants to pick this up. This is a steal price. The base price of this game alone is a steal for this game. This is how Click and Conquer got created. It was inspired by this game. Remember this? Does anyone remember who? I was all excited to use Pixel Composer. We got it. We installed it. And like within 5 minutes, I had refunded it. Because it was fucked on Linux. My friends made Scale of Death. Good. You got rich friends now. I thought this released already, no? No, it didn't. Okay. What is this? No, I didn't play this. Oh, it did all right. It was planned to release in 3 weeks. There's a demo. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, so it's like Snake, old school game, but instead you have units on your thing, you go around shooting shit. I feel like it's gonna be really slow and boring. I think they just sped up the video. As I said, I think it's gonna be slow and boring. I think the video literally sped up the gameplay. Yeah. There's the answer right there. It's gonna be too boring and slow. And I know that because literally in the trailer they fucking sped up the game itself. Unless I missed some concept of an upgrade or something, or turbo mode of the snake. I'm pretty sure the video had just sped up the actual game. Yeah, it does. Why is the game just not faster then? No, I can't even. I feel like I'm losing brain cells even looking at that shit. Oh my goodness, there's too many Jasons already. Look. We got 2 Jasons. 2 Jasons, and they're both on the YouTube chats too. God damn it, guys. And how is it that I have no Jasons for 5-hour stream? I can't even believe we've been streaming 5. Have we really been streaming 5 hours? How the fuck have we been streaming 5 hours? I started streaming really early today, didn't I? Yeah, damn. That means we have to lock in and do some work, boys. Holy shit. But how am I streaming for 5 hours? There's no Jasons. And then all of a sudden, there's 2 Jasons at the exact same time. I think there's only one true Jason, and they just control 2 Jason accounts. So they can amplify their voice when they do want to talk. I'm curious to know, guys, do you have any idea of what Andy's working on? Any guesses? He said he's cooking on a new prototype. I don't even know. Oof. What could it be? Oh, I can tell you what it's not gonna be. I think it's not gonna be incremental. I think he's kapooted on incremental. Okay. What would be cool is if he told me. I thought Aaron was doing Hexagod. He was. Maybe he's continuing that. I'm not feeling it with that so far. I sent him my feedback video. I played it and he's like, I think his feedback to my feedback was like, oh great, you're at the spot where it's just missing more content. But maybe, but I mean, look at this. Okay. Forgotten. No, just take this with the nicest meaning ever. Okay. I was gonna say shit game, but it's not really shit game. It's quick game, 7-day game jam rush game, and I'm like locked in, guys. I played this. I beat the game. I played it 3 times after I beat it. Then today we reopened it, just because I was like, I wonder if he added more content. Can you just add more content? Like, it's got its own jank problems. It's a game jam game, but it's like, oh man. Did you ever play the incremental game Andy made for GMT? Is it the mining one? The little ore dude? Actually, he didn't make that for a game jam, did he? He just made that on a YouTube video about him working on it, right? Void, whatever. That one? Yeah. We talked about that. We were going to do that. Then we did. What did we do? We made a company. What's for lunch today or dinner? I don't know yet. Probably pizza. Not Friday, but probably pizza. And we had worked on something, and then we kind of just didn't work on it anymore. Also, I found games, in my opinion, that were like kind of solved it. I think Rock Bottom was one of them in the mining genre. I was like, oh, this is pretty fun. I think this would do well. Yeah. Like, I think I saw that money game and this money game, and I saw how they could get to the same spot. Oh, bouncing ball. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Yes, yes, yes. Orb, not orb breaker. that's what. Yes. All right. Let's poison Andy's mind if he's listening. Work on the rogue-like version of a game about feeding black hole. Yes, that's a brilliant idea, Thorny. I love working on that. Yes, this is the one that breaks the thingy as it falls, and you keep, yeah, this thingy. I need to use the washroom. So, let's just put up some graph and peace, boys. Then I come back, I have to do work. I have to find something for you folks. Or I set the camera over here and we go into co-working mode as a body double. Maybe we do that today. I gotta go. Love you, man. Oh, look at all the nice love. Wow. Alright, let's see what this looks like. If I use this and this. Maybe not this. That. This. Alright, let's see. How long is the charging cable? Pretty long. This. This. Alright, so if I do that. Stream, can you see this? No, you can't see it yet. I haven't enabled it. Alright, let's try and rig something up here. Where is... Oh, fuck, I think I have a spare 3D printed thing that I could use for this. Almost. This? Maybe. That worked. That possibly could fall. Now, what's it look like on camera for now? Okay, so I need to rotate. Wait, how do I rotate? Let's switch it. Color focus. Let's auto rotate. That will fix it. Promise. Well, no problem. Oh, look, it kind of works, but now I'm too high up. Huh. There's like a sweet spot somewhere in here. Ah, now we're too low. How did we get in between that last time? Well, I could just decrease the desk. And I could do this. Nah, it was a better angle. That's the problem. More like this. There we go. Hello, boys. What about this, eh? Holy shit, we're cooking now. Alright, let me duplicate this. I call it, what is this? It's called co-working, I guess. And then I just need to move this down. Where combined chat, combined chat. Maybe I put combined chat over here and just make you guys bigger. Cool. Hey, Thorny. We're gonna be going into co-working mode, boys. Co-working. It's alright, you can still chat. I'll still chat. It's just we're just probably gonna be doing less chatting. Get rid of this. And this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened there? Uh-oh. When I delete that, that went kaput. You know what it is? No! It's the the phone will turn off. The auto screen blocky thing will fucking. That's this. Wait. But I have the app. I have the app. So maybe the app bypasses that. Back ultra wide. Landscape. Permission, microphones required. Oh my god, of course this app is fucking dog shit. Something that really irks me is this. If an app tells me the permissions are required, but doesn't fucking prompt the setting tab, I hate this. It's like, oh yeah, so let me go find the random app in the Android permission settings, and then go find what random permission you need. Where is, like, who the fuck knows? I search what, permissions? What a fucking terrible, terrible, terrible app. Okay, this. Allow while using the app. Cool. Go back. Go here. Go here. Close that. Initializing camera. close camera. Oh my god. Please grant camera as well. Why didn't it say that the first time? The fucking all it said was there we go. Now it prompted me. All using the app, yes. There we go. Okay. So now I need to disable Bluetooth because I can't hear. Off. Nice. Thank you. Fuck off. Share this. Click that. Where did the share go? Copy. Close. Okay, now I gotta open up Slack to send it to myself so I can put it in the other thing. Things I do pretty stream. Okay, there. Do that. Do this. Do that. Straight in the box. What box like that? Okay, cool. Now, I go here. I go studio mode. Here, 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 properties. Cool. Don't put that on the page, Corey, because that has credentials. Go to Slack. Copy of the link. Go here. Copy said link. Go here. Put said link. Press OK. Go here. Delete message so I don't dox it ever. Close that. Hey! Oh. Oh, boys. Wait. Still working. Turn this on. Now we got a problem. The ultra wide is too wide. Let me transition to show you. The ultra wide is too wide. Now we must move the camera forward so you can't see a rigged up cardboard thingy I have. Almost. All the OG viewers will know that it's all rigged up. But just this corner. Okay? Still, eh? No. Alright. This is actually here. Okay. Alright, let's make sure like anything on my desk is not going to be like secret like government documents or anything. Not really. Okay. How's that? How's this, chat? Are we... I feel like you're really low now, though. I feel like I should be more like that height. You must rise up, chat. Rise up. Kind of feel like you're focused right on my crotch area. What can we prompt the camera up with? Some boxes? Filament? A certain dominant? Is what you're saying, chat? You're like, certain dominant. Oh my god. Don't shake. The whole thing shakes. There. At least it doesn't shake it. I think it's like tilted. It kind of does still shake. Okay. Wow. Wow, chat. We did it. We did it. We did it. It's on the list. The tripod's literally on the ground over there. The tripod. The 3D printer's literally on the ground still. I have the tripod, and I have the thing on the 3D printer in terms of like what to print. I just need the 3D printer back operational, then spend the time to print it, then set up the tripod, then attach it, then make sure it works, then re-get this configuration, or something like this configuration. Maybe I don't like the ultra wide though. Maybe I should just negate the ultra wide. There, let's. Oh wait, transition. There, here. What does it look like if I just turn it off? You guys don't need the fucking 4,000 quality view of me. How do I? I love how the camera settings don't have. There. All right. Now, if I do that. Ah, now you're too high up. Hold on, I haven't fixed it. But I mean, if I'm sitting here, am I? Yeah. I'm Let's try this. Okay, I think that's a pretty good angle. Here, let me transition. Transition. There we go. There we go. Maybe it could just be like a little bit lower, but this is good enough. Nice. Now we're cooking. See, this is the halvesy. Oh, you can't actually see it, but I'm on the halvesy seat right now. See here, look. This is the halvesy seat. It's sitting but not standing, and it's not fully sitting. It's kind of like squatting. Now we start cooking, boys. Okay. I gotta lock in, and so fucking hot today though. There's like a heat wave in effect, and it's just killer right now. I think it's like 26 Celsius in my room. All right, let's reset you on this music. We put this on the stream music. Then to stream music. And then I'll check the audio. Oh, the audio is like basically 0 there. So increase that. Control. Output. Send stream music should be like that. Okay. A little bit louder, probably because you guys will complain. Oh, the music is too quiet. I couldn't hear you. Blah, 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 blah. Something like that. And minimize this. Oh, when did TTS Twitch disconnect? Why? Didn't have. Maybe expired on 3. Oh, maybe I streamed so long the token expired. Maybe. Okay, so what was I saying before all this? Okay, so you guys have music. Let me get me music on Spotify. And then on OBS, I close this, I mute your music for a second. Yep, okay, cool. And then you're not getting the Spotify track. Nice. And then just double check that. This just send headset. Okay, cool. Nice, 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 nice. So now we can fucking lock in, boys. We can be cooking. Actually, shouldn't chat be up here? Why don't I move chat all the way up here? This way, if I lean back or do this, you guys aren't actually in the way. Ah, but it kind of feels better on the bottom, doesn't it? It does. It does. Okay, let's go back to Unity. Not 1 o'clock yet. We can still have coffee. Wait until I get the tripod. Once I get the tripod, we'll be pretty golden. Okay. How OP would it be if I use the ESP32 so that like it mechanically moves the tripod? So if I press the desk, remember how I have this ESP32, guys, and it allows me API control a desk. Well, currently this wire is out and I don't remember what pin, but we can fix that. So if I change it so that I API request the desk to increase, and that tells another ESP32 to actually increase the tripod mechanically, so then I never have to put this stuff ever again. I never even have to touch it. It just does it. The desk moves up, the tripod moves up. Oh my god, that would be so smart. I mean, you could connect to the desk itself, but then you need a super long arm away to get this kind of camera angle. Or I could use the ultra wide. See, that is even smart. I use the ultra wide on Video Ninja, but then on OBS I actually zoom and punch in to get this. Then when I change the desk, all I have to do is tell OBS to switch the scenes to further zoomed out version. Exactly. Okay, so what do I have to do here? Did I already push? I want the music, but my ears are just way too warm right now. Oh. I need to confirm that I pushed the changes, which is workspace 10, because I ran the performance stuff. Okay, so first I want to see. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. I want the headset on for the music, but my ears are just too. This is where having earbuds would be fantastic. Okay. This is how performant is this now? Debug mode. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Nice. And then all the packages are coming. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And we sit at 59. Cool. And then L on a bunch of fish. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. A bunch of drones come. Oh my god, this is so performant though. Oh my goodness, this is fucking ridiculous. Okay, there's only one lag spike when I first pull in the reels. Okay, so that didn't get fixed. That I can fix. Okay. So I can move this over here, and this there, and this here. Okay. I guess I should change to just co-working category, by the way, for on Twitch. So just chatting, because we're not just chatting. Co-working? What? Co-working? Is it with a hyphen? Yes. Save. Okay. Um. Uh. Uh. Hi, Hal. How are you doing? You missed the stream, Hal. We've already been going for almost 6 hours. Whoa, whoa. Sock made changes. When was this? Yesterday? Yes. Fixed progress bar was visible on game mode during orb. Okay. Move rifleman projectile to projectile layer. Change skill icons. Add different curses for clicking and mining. Okay, so now I go over here. Why the weird side profile cam? What do you mean it's not weird? You're weird, Al. You're weird. Actually, technically could punch it in. Here. We could do... No, that filter's always going to happen. I have to filter on like this, maybe. That would change chat to... Right? If I went like this... No. Oh, what happens if I do this? Oh, that does break things. Okay. It's co-working. It's co-working cam. It's when I'm done with you guys and I'm not really fully engaged in talking with you. Just like I answer whenever. I got other shit to do. Oh, you still have changes. Okay. Alright, so here, I do this. Okay, so that was able to pre-warm caches for first catch on fish. That solves that. And then we barrel deposit batch after 48, so 1,000 plus no longer runs 1 deposit per animation. That's fine. Runtime mod lookup batch backpack were cached. Okay, so that might be the issue that I was just facing. No, what happened? Yo, we have the app. Why did it switch? Does it turn off? Info and tips. Did it accidentally touch? It accidentally touched. Good enough. Wait, where's the... Whoa. Oh my goodness, what happened there? I think my phone actually might overheat. Maybe we... Oh, there we go. I don't know what happened. Maybe the phone actually ripperonied itself. Oh, why am I'm so high now? I guess this is not ultra wide. Of course there's more and more issues, right? Oh, look, it just froze. Guys, I'm pretty sure the phone is literally just capped out. I need like a fan on it to keep it cool enough. Yeah, it literally can't keep up. Bruh. Bruh. Wait, what? Wait, what's picture in picture? No. Oh god, it's all downhill. It's all downhill. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Okay. Camera settings. Video quality high. On the main screen. I literally think the phone is just overheating. Wait, I think the phone's literally overheating. I think 1080 30 FPS, the phone just kapoots itself. I'm like, okay, we're fine for now, but unless it was like jitter on the Wi-Fi. Now we're gonna need to have like the phone on the tripod with like a fucking fan on it. God damn it, I don't want that. Okay, what else did this say? Delayed fish releases are now processed in due time. Okay, this is just performance on array ordering. Oh, there. Replace the per frame, find any object type, power up, fallback with active box registry, which scales with. Yeah, exactly. Because that was the issue when I get a boatload of boxes. The game would lag when I'm opening them. Okay, so let's see. I'm playing Mind Dwarfs. We just made a bunch of changes. See how cooked the AI was. Okay, so max, currency and skills. Collapse 100. Oh my god, they're so fast. There's so much stuff going on. And then, what's the skill? Like PF something? Minor 60. Where's Big Rock? So, this. So 2, 3. Oh, there's I think a little bit of FPS drop here. What was it? 2, 3 WQ. 2, 3 W. No. What was clear cooldown? Clear ability? It was sorry, 1 3 W 1 3 1 3 WQ. Alright, E. Oh, that's pretty good. That's not flawless, but that's like really, really, really good. What's the bomb, dude? Demolisher 60. Okay, does that break the game? No, it doesn't. Nice. So that's like the worst one. And then here I go rocks. I think it's just called rocks. Rocks 40. And then skill type. Wait, no, isn't it called just rocks? Max rocks, there we go. Okay, so now if I do, let's see, what, clear abilities, 1 3 1 3WQ. Okay, so that has a little lag in there, I see. So, let's find out. What happens if I change that, eh? Oh, I could get rid of this. That's background scenes. Get rid of this. Unyapping. We get rid of that too. Because those are all rendered behind the scenes. Main. Main could get rid of that. There we go. There. Nice. Alright. I need like a timer over here to say when I'll come back for Q&A and stuff. Did you finish on this? Almost. Yeah, this is an issue. And then what did I have on TS mining? TS mining. What did I have on the TTS work list? Some minor cleanup stuff we could probably pull up. Cool. So now that's done. Go here, go here. We want 1, 3, 1, 3, W, Q. There we go. E. Nice. And then if I go here, and go CF, and then go here, and go lead, and then go multi or, and I go 50. And then I clear out the abilities. Hello. And then I want to do 1, 3, W. So 1, 3, W, Q. And we're golden. There we go. Nice. The music I am listening to is not the same as you guys. Calm the down. So now you guys are too high. See? What happens when I run all this stuff? Yeah, I think this is good. This is better. Now I can look at you and say, God, what the f- are you doing today? Okay, so now let me just go here and go st mage, oh, delete mage, not demolisher, not dwarf, mage, and I go 50. Oops, 50. And I go here, and I go delete, and I go rifleman, 50. And I go clear, and I go max, no, what is it called, HP, vein, max, not max health, big rock health. Oh, big rock health, 10,000. Okay, so now if I do 1 3 W 1 3 WQ, maybe the tiniest FPS lag, but we just produce like way more than I ever would. So it's like WQ, refresh, 3 WQ, oops, that was bucket E. Maybe like the slightest jitter, but I'm drawing like 100 million objects every second. Like, there's only so much you can do. What happens if I enhance? No, the refresh is not gonna do anything. So it's like, okay, so close that. Do, 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 do. Ugh. What are we doing? What are we doing? What other kind of upgrades could I put in this game? Hmm. Oops, I accidentally clicked that. Alright, I need theme for a sprite. This, but not this. This. And this. How do I fucking add a new palette? God damn it. Okay, so continue. Unlock this. Unlock upgrades. Okay. different stuff. And then in Godot, and debugger, and profiler, and miscellaneous export. Here. Downloads? Where's downloads? Open workspace or breaker? I wonder if that actually worked. No. What was the command for that? P open Linux Whisper. P Linux Whisper. Oh, I think it's actually not open. It's moved to. Oh, open workspace. Create workspace or breaker. Create workspace orb breaker. There you go. So move to ore breaker. What's the command for this? Move this to ore breaker. Come on. Move this to ore breaker. How did you not get that on the command though? I'll move this to workspace. Because move this to workspace ore breaker. And what else? Where is move this to ore breaker? Move this to workspace ore breaker. Move this to workspace ore breaker. There we go. Ah. That's a pain in the ass. I need an easy way to move between these workspaces. I will bug i3 about that in a moment. Create workspace fishing. I got the other fishing. Create workspace fishing. That's actually something I should build. Let's build that. That's gonna be in Rafi. Big Rafi. Oh. I need Rafi to do something. Let's see. I need Rafi to be able to have like a super plus D command that I use in i3, but it only lets me select existing workspaces or an easy, quick way to create workspaces. Period. My issue I'm having is being able to move windows into workspaces that are titled. So that's bye-bye. That I actually don't need. Pretty sure this is wrapped up. I don't think that's from me. I think that's from Thomas on modifying this shader. Okay. Anyways. totally worth the game. the music finished. Huh. That's so weird. Am I still streaming on YouTube though? Wow. Boys, that is YouTube, you got lucky today. Somehow is the YouTube one still working? Hi. Yeah. The fuck? Somehow the Twitch one crashed. And I have not been streaming to Twitch, but I've been streaming to YouTube this entire time. Good job, YouTube. Good job. Well, I'm going to call it there anyways, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.